3 feet are possible, as well as heavy rain. The storm earlier forced beach closures in the Florida Panhandle. More on these stories from townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
Canada is hoping to improve its trade relationship with Washington. Bob Agnew with a report.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says he and President Trump have agreed to intensify trade negotiations between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. That comes a day after President Trump announced the U.S. would be imposing 50% tariffs on most Canadian goods, citing unfair treatment of American products. The tariffs would exclude energy, but impact other top Canadian exports, including auto parts and precious metals. Bob Agnew reporting.
Google parent company Alphabet Incorporated posting stronger than expected results for its second quarter. It's a sign that its massive artificial intelligence spending spree is paying off so far. The Mountain View, California-based company said it earned $112.11 billion in the April-June period. That's up from $28.2 billion in the same period a year ago. News and analysis at townhall.com. Powerful storms in Virginia this week. Rich Thomason has more.
Governor Patrick Morrisey has dispatched hundreds of National Guard members to northern West Virginia while placing all of the state's 55 counties under a state of emergency. The governor says state and local agencies will remain on the ground for as long as it takes to help affected communities. Forecasters report up to 7 inches of rain fell in some spots. The National Weather Service in Charleston warned of life-threatening flooding Tuesday night, urging people to seek higher ground now. Rich Thomason reporting.
R. James Woolsey, a national security expert who led the CIA for 2 years after his appointment by President Bill Clinton, has died. He was 84. And Charles Gaines, the author who helped bring bodybuilding into the mainstream with Pumping Iron, has died at 84. Gaines collaborated with George Butler on the book and documentary Pumping Iron. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The J. Fred Media Menu, now serving hot takes of Rob Carson.
I want to talk a little bit about this transgender Canadian shooter. This is a tragedy, but I'm telling you, it doesn't help to avoid, because you're afraid of offending, the massive signs that this kid was going to do something. We are finally, I think, getting back to the fact we can say that boys who think they're girls, maybe there's something wrong.
The Rob Carson Show, weekdays, noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central on J. Fred's Media Network.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Well, happy Thursday morning, everybody. Friday Eve. We're almost there. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobb. Good time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be a seasonally comfortable 80 degrees. A low tonight of 61. Right now, the temperature is 69. The Squirrels split last night's doubleheader at CarMax, losing the first, and by process of elimination, that means winning the latter. Moving on to the nation's capital. The high today in D.C. will be 84, a low tonight of 60. Right now, the temperature is 68 degrees in Washington. The Nats throttled the Rockies last night, 8-0. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high today of 89, a low tonight of 74. Right now, the temperature also 74 in Georgia. The Braves outlast the Padres yesterday, 8-7. They'll face off again today at 12:15 this afternoon. In Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 85, a low tonight of 65. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 70 degrees. Philadelphia, high today of 85, a low tonight of 65. Right now, the temperature in the city of brotherly love, 68. Sorry, Phils, or Phils fans at least. You lose to the Dodgers last night, 9-5. Morgantown, shout out to you all. High today of 78, a low tonight of 58. Right now, the temperature in almost heaven, West Virginia, 54 degrees. And last but certainly not least, in my heart, my 412 Yinzers, high today of 78. That sounds not so bad. A low tonight of 59. Right now, the temperature is a glorious 53 degrees in the Steel City. The Buccos split yesterday's doubleheader against the Yanks, thereby losing the series in New York. Well, JF should be in a good mood today. The Stros top Miami 5-2. The Red Sox win streak ends at 15. And the Kansas City Chiefs announced that they're set to build a new $3 billion stadium. And keeping up with the trend, it'll be a dome. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for a few words to the wise. At the end of yesterday's report, if you recall, I asserted that our future depends on a 180-degree turn and acceleration toward what is actually the political spectrum's far right. And that even if progress toward that end is a process, said progress will require as many of us as possible to be steadfast and unwavering in our commitment to individualist principles. Surely in response to this assertion, some would complain about what I'm advocating. And I'd bet that the reaction would be that what I'm advocating is extremist. Well, please allow me to introduce you to our next anti-concept. Remember, an anti-concept is one that serves no valid purpose once identified and explained away. In fact, we could call the anti-concept of extremism a package deal, as the concept is a combination of ideas that don't necessarily jive with one another. And if you're thinking to yourself, hey, that kind of sounds like crony capitalism from the other day, that's because crony capitalism is a package deal of an anti-concept too. What the term extremism fuses together are the ideas of steadfastness and irrationality, with the intent to equate being steadfast with being irrational. In other words, the point of the term extremism is to demean thinking in and acting according to principle. Yet, a valid principle is a fundamental truth. And as we've established through this series, the idea that functioning civil human beings have the right to run their own lives is as sound as the idea that 2 + 2 = 4. We can pretend that individuals don't have rights, just as we can pretend that 2 + 2 = 5 or 3, but playing make-believe is what would actually be irrational. The entirely rational disposition to have is that reality is what it is and must be honored to be harnessed. Indeed, cutting corners for short-term expediency is how we've gotten where we are today. Dangerously close to a social precipice, with a government paternalistic and pervasive enough to make the British we rebelled against look like amateurs, and a public debt that is virtually unfathomable and surely insurmountable. If we'd been extremists for liberty and freedom all along, we wouldn't be where we are now. If we have any hope of salvaging our political inheritance, we need to rededicate ourselves to individualism and demand that our leaders reign in government as fast as is reasonably possible. I will reverse engineer this point of sorts tomorrow, but until then, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the one, the only, John Fredericks on The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everybody.
In 5 weeks begins the Minnesota State Fair. Recently released new fair foods this year.
What are you cackling at, fatty? Too much pie, that's your problem.
Well, now you can plan ahead to pair those foods with the perfect wine or seltzer or beer if you want, as the official list is out of new beverage offerings at the fair this year. Here we go. A ranch dressing flavored cream ale blending smooth malt with hints of buttermilk. Herbs and spices with ranch seasoned salted rim. Taking this whole European fascination with our ranch dressing a bit far. N'est-ce pas? Dill pickle seltzer. The name says it all. Tiger's blood cider. Any Klingons coming to the fair this year? Maybe more appetizing, the espresso teeny frozen seltzer, frozen dirty banana pina colada hard seltzer, and something called the lime in the coconut. Put the lime in the coconut, then you feel better. Fruity lagers and IPAs, one called the strawberry rhubarb crisp and lemon agua fresca lager.
How about a fresca? Oh.
75 explicit special new hard drinks with dozens of new non-alcoholic ones. Well, thinking outside the box, teams of people and businesses have been having a blast all year, working round the clock, brainstorming, testing, formulating, and naming all these new drinks to sell for big bucks. At the same time, the rest of us have been agonizing on how to get Minnesotans to blame Democrats for fraud or Republicans for being racist murderers when voting this year.
And when do we start training for that?
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks,
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at TakeLean.com. Code Godzilla at TakeLean.com.
Found the truth still standing right. John Fredericks on the dial, cutting through the noise in style. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of Truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of Truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of Truth. From the back rows to the wire, he talks that hot truth fire. No polished mask, no paper crown. He tells it plain, he lays it down. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of Truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of Truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of Truth.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom John Stamos once said, "Now there's a good-looking dude." John Fredericks.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's a special place, and I am here to announce my candidacy. I'm only kidding. Nah, boy, I tell you what a group. We have thousands of people outside. And yet, your terrible Senator John Ossoff, he's terrible. And the Democrats in Congress are voting with the communists every single time. They're afraid of the communists. You look at it. Now, I fought Ossoff before, as you know, and we won. We had a great success against this guy. He reminds me of Pinky Herman. Did you ever see Pinky Herman? John Ossoff and the congressional Democrats voted. We'll pass the great health care plan. It's called our great health care plan. That's the name of it, to stop all payments to big insurance companies. and give the money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be much better, and you will save a lot of money. The Democrats are going to terminate the filibuster as soon as they have a chance. And then they're going to approve Puerto Rico and D.C. as a state. They got 4 more senators. They're going to end up with 12 more congressmen. They're going to get at like 40 electoral votes. If they are allowed to do that, by that time I'll be sitting home. And I'm not a big crier. I don't think you want to see me cry, you know? There are some people, they do very well when they cry. But you don't want to see me cry. But I may be crying when I'll be sitting home and I'll say I told them. They got to really terminate the filibuster, get everything approved right away.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Thanks for being with us today. Want to welcome our 5 a.m. Central, 6 a.m. Eastern audience. Donald Trump yesterday in Georgia, fired up. We got a lot to go over today. We got a great lineup. DC Dispatch at 9. We'll go backwards from there. It's just one of those days where we are action-packed. Congressman Jimmy Petronas, 8:35. Joe Martin and Dan Oxner together at 8:05. That's going to be fun. Christine Hanlon, she's a chairman of the New Jersey Republican Party. She's going to be joining us at 7:35. Phil Klein at 7. We got clips. We got your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. A couple of announcements that we want to make today, if you don't mind. And we'll kind of start with that and then go into the topics of the day. Announcement number 1 is if you haven't signed up for my newsletter, which is coming out today at 7 a.m., we get it out most days. There's a lot of stuff in there that is very different. It's free. There's no paywall. All you have to do, so easy. All you have to do is just go to John Fredericks Radio, JohnFredericksRadioshow.com. That's JohnFredericksRadioshow.com. There'll be a box there to sign up for your newsletter. You put the email in, you get right on the list. There's no problem. It's easy. We don't cost you anything. And we don't send out 1 million of them a day, right? Not like Just the News where I get 10 of them a day. So I have to unsubscribe to it because it just junks up my box. We send out 1 about every other day. So you get about 2 to 3 a week, only when it matters. The one we've got coming out today, though, is a big announcement. In the month of June, the John Fredericks Media Network has set a record for total audience, listener, and viewership. 21.6 million, nearly 22 million people in June 2026 tuned into us one way or the other. Think about it. That's 21,693 people we touched one way or the other on some part of our show, whether they went to the podcast, whether they went on TV, whatever it was, we touched some of them. 21,693,000, almost 22 million viewers and listeners in the month of June on the John Fredericks Media Network. That set a record. We thank all of our listeners. If you think about it, there's about 350 million people in the country, and so that represents about 6%. So to think of it, that we reached in June 6% of the entire population across one of our many streaming or social media networks that you're able to get us on is an enormous number. And I want to thank our listeners and I want to thank Ann for building this company. And when we started in Hampton Roads on WHKT AM 1650, the second month we had 600 listeners that somebody showed us. We didn't subscribe, somebody had subscribed to it. And we thought we died and went to heaven. We had 600 people tuned in. We thought that was the greatest thing ever. This is before apps and all that. You had to go to tune in. And we had 600 people in like March of 2012. And we thought we were like the next Rush Limbaugh. Little did we know that one day we would get to 22 million people. So, we continue to grow. We've proved that truth and clarity, there's a market for that. Honest reporting, there's a market for that. It might not be the biggest, we might not make the splashes. We don't do clickbait, but there's a market, and we've built it. And so I want to thank all of our staff for being part of this on our News Talk Sports Network. Our vision was to meld these audiences, and News Talk Sports, we were visionary in the industry. Nobody's done that. It was our vision from the beginning, and it's now playing out. I mean, our News Talk Sports Network, the audiences are the same as we saw many years ago, and it's taken us a long time. And if you read that newsletter, sign up for it, because Ann's got quotes in there, and I've got some. But you look at our lineup, and then you look at the athletic teams that we cover. I mean, it's stunning. I mean, starting in September, Pittsburgh Steelers, Tennessee Titans, Pittsburgh Penguins, Washington Capitals, New York Yankees, Pittsburgh Pirates, Alabama Crimson Tide, West Virginia University Mountaineers, Maryland Terrapins. What else, Dan? I forget. There's Tennessee Volunteers, if I didn't mention them, and University of Virginia Cavaliers. I mean, you look at the number of athletic teams that we carry live on different networks. Obviously, we're not running Alabama in Pittsburgh. They're in Georgia, and they're in, I think, Richmond for now, till we get UVA for that. But we have UVA in half the stations. But look, I mean, we've built this thing, and I want to thank our team. We just couldn't have done it without them. A couple of other announcements. Wendy Bell, she's going to be coming live. Wendy Bell Live, 10 to noon a.m. That starts on August 17th. Michael Patrick Leahy moving to 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern, so he'll go in that time slot. If you're in Nashville, the Mike Keith Show will be joining us on, I think, August 29th. And then August 3rd, 6 to 7 p.m., will be a new show, Past the Wire Sports, which will be a sports-related show, kind of a one-up on Godzilla Wins. That'll be an hour a day in prime time. So Levin there will go to 7, and in some markets we'll pick up Larry Elder from 7 to 8 or 7 to 9, whatever it is. Everything else continues, so we continue to grow. So sign up for our newsletter. It is as easy as that. Now, we got a lot going on today. Let's start with New Jersey and the fraud that went on there, which was fascinating to me. Is Mickey Sherrill comes out with a statement. It says, it was a computer glitch. We didn't know anything about it. It's his fault. It's the former governor. It's Phil Murphy. It's software. It's this, it's that. But hey, look, I'm being totally transparent. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Immediately, the software company, Emalda, came out and blasted her and said, you're a bold-faced liar, because we had nothing to do with this, okay? Those people that said they were non-voters, they went to your Department of Elections, which the Democrats control in New Jersey. They went to you. And then somebody in your Department of Elections authorized them to go on the voter rolls. It was clearly stated they were not. They don't automatically go on. They went to you as the arbitrator for that. They went to the New Jersey Department of Elections. This is the way it works. If somebody fills out the form and then it gets to you guys, and then you decide non-voted, non-citizen, you put them on the rolls, that's on you. You did that. Not only that, of the 6,600, 1/3 were registered as Republicans, 1/3 independents, and 1/3 Democrats. Well, that's because they never checked the box, so they just spread it evenly. So somebody made that decision. So somebody made the decision to register them as a Democrat, non-affiliated, or Republican. That was the other thing. That was done by somebody or some people. So she's a lying POS. And the software company called her out, and they're going to end up suing her butt. So we got our New Jersey state chairman of the Republican Party coming on. This is unbelievable. And they're going around saying there's no fraud, no illegals vote, nothing to see here, everything is clean, the most secure election in history. And what do we find out in New Jersey? We've got God knows how many illegals are voting. We don't know how many of these are across the country. The Department of Justice said there were 35,000. She said there were 6,600. I want those voter rolls. The Department of Justice says, look, if you don't give the voter rolls, we ought to stop giving them money. You should get nothing. I mean, you have to comply with the federal government. She just arbitrarily decided not to do that, and then comes out with nonsense. Then she says, we're so transparent. Well, you had no choice because the whistle was blown on you. It was made public. You didn't have a choice but to go public, but like release the names. Release the names of the people that have voted illegally. Release where they voted, what jurisdictions, what they voted for. Release those. You haven't released anything. We don't know if they're all in the same county. All they're Union County, Monmouth County, Middlesex County, Passaic County. We don't know. Where are they? No one knows. No one knows because you're a liar. You're lying to us. This is all they do. They lie and cheat and steal. They're liars, they're cheaters, and they steal. This is how they win elections. When I get back, wait till I tell you about what's going on with Act Blue in Michigan. You're not supposed to accept donations from foreigners. Well, they got this guy, Al-Sayed, whatever his name is, Abdul Al-Sayed, running. He's a Muslim. Now there's allegations that Act Blue is funneling money from foreigners in Muslim countries to this guy. So he's being funded by foreign governments. This is the allegations. They found some old lady that donated a couple $100s to the guy, and now they've donated $150,000 under her name, and she doesn't know anything about it. She's like, I don't have $150,000. I donated $75, 3 donations at $25. This is what they do. Cheat, steal, and lie is how they're going to win, because they can't win legitimately. John Fredericks Media Network. Your calls when I get back. 888-480-JOHN. Light them up. Lace them up, lace them tight. I'll be right back.
Do you show love and kindness to fellow drivers as the Lord would want you to do? Or do you lose control and take your anger out on others? We are called to be charitable to others, even when they don't extend charity to us. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com. Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
That's how I feel.
damn sick and tired of getting out rebounded. 25 offensive rebounds. First time we block out, we get called for a damn block out for pushing people. Meanwhile, they're on the other court grabbing rebounds, going over the top and grabbing them. We get one offensive rebound, the other get called for over the back. We don't block out very damn well, and we're not getting called, one or the other. That's where I'm frustrated. That's where my whole frustration comes in, offensive rebounds. The entire thing came down to offensive rebound. They got every stinking offensive rebound, and we didn't get one of them. What else do you want to know?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Done right, but when it's done right, there's nothing like it. The radical left is actively trying to destroy our children's future with the disaster known as communism. It's communism. This isn't a social democrat. These are communists by another name, right? As I said in my recent address at Mount Rushmore recently, I don't know if anybody saw it, such a beautiful place. You know, the communists want to take it down. They try taking Mount Rushmore down. They want to blow it up. They want to take it down. They shouldn't be up there. These people are crazy. But communism is, in my opinion, communism is the single greatest threat to our country and its history, including even World War I and World War II, Pearl Harbor, 9/11. I think it's the greatest threat that I've ever seen to our country. These people are stone cold crazy.
All right, you're back on the John Fredericks Media Network, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Trump yesterday in Georgia kicking butt. This is why I'm so optimistic. People are not going to vote for these communists. We are going to win the midterms, and the war is going to end out the way we want it. The bombing is going to continue. They're eventually going to run out of stuff. All the straits are going to be open, and we're going to control it all. There's no bomb, and this thing is over. And, of course, the Democrats are rooting for the Iranians. You know, I get up in the morning, and I do my show prep, get up at 3:45, and you go through some of the feeds I get, and all of the news, Politico, Washington Post, New York Times, it doesn't matter what you do. The Hill, 10 out of 10 stories are negative on Trump. And you read these things, and they're all so excited, telling us about the damage the Iranians have done on our bases. And they were almost gleeful that servicemen are getting killed. These people, the fake news is rooting against the country. They're rooting for American servicemen to be killed and come home in body bags, right? They were reveling over President Trump yesterday that he had to do the dignified transfer. They want Iran to win. We have a whole media set and Democrats rooting for a murderous regime to kill Americans so that they can win an election. This is how sick these people are and how much they hate America. And if you don't believe me, just go to 5 things: New York Times, Washington Post, Politico, The Hill. You read it all. And The Hill is the best of them all, but still 10 out of 10 negative Trump. Just read it all. It's all negative, and they're all like, oh, you know, all these people are dying. Look at the damage the Iranians are doing. The Americans aren't reporting. You know, the Iranians are winning. Like, we can't win the war. They have nothing. Lies, just like Cronkite lied about Vietnam, told you we lost the Tet Offensive when it met and exceeded every objective we had. But they turned the country against it. They're trying to do the same thing now. Now, look, we got a tough 4 months ahead of us, right? I think we're going to pull this out. But you want to lose some weight? You know, you've been struggling with it, and you're like, I just can't get over the top. No, I'm not talking about 3 or 4 pounds. You want to lose some serious weight, 10 pounds or more. I want to lose another 25. I'm going to go from 245 to 220. Well, guess what? I just started lean. Check this out. Lean weight loss. I take 3 of these a day, and I do it right on air because, like, when I get up, I don't have time. I got things going on. So I just pop these in. There you go. 3 a day. That's it. Takes me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds 5 seconds, Dan. 5 seconds. Dan, you should try this, right? If you're serious about losing weight, you're going to feel better. So I've been on it now 3 days, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I guess this is day number 4. But I am feeling better. It's taken me 4 days. Appetite has gone down a little bit. So, but I still eat my 3 balanced meals a day. I'm no stranger to the male utensil. But you got to walk a little bit. You got to do something. You can't just sit on the couch, right? But this is going to help you a lot. And the main thing about lean is it's going to support your metabolism. And it's going to burn your fat, suppress your appetite, doesn't spike. I'm not getting injections. I'm not getting like my blood sugar spike. I'm 68 years old. Think I'm going to be injecting myself with something? I don't think so. Just not a believer in it. So I'd rather get the more natural way to go. And so just go to takelean.com. Takelean.com. Dan, put that up again. Takelean.com. Promo code Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla. It's going to get you 20% off your first order. So check it out and go on the journey with me. That's kind of the key. We can do this together, and I want your results. But look, you can't go on this and then drink, a 6-pack of beer a day, right? I still drink. I went out last night, had with John Finley, had a couple of glasses of wine, had some fun. It doesn't mean you can't do that. But if you're going to drink a six-pack a day, well, you're just not going to lose any weight. I don't care what you do. So you just got to modify everything. And I'm gonna take you down. Let me go to a couple of things. I want to go here to Rick Scott. Says he wants transparency on Mitch McConnell, his health, and he agrees with term limits. This is the guy that I believe should be the new majority leader once we win again, and we can get rid of Thune, who's a disaster. Cut 1, Scott, Florida.
Do you think he needs to put out more information, like a video statement or something about what happened?
I think we all hope he comes back quickly, and we all hope he's healthy, but as much, I think we all, everybody wants transparency.
What about term limits? Do you think there needs to be
This is my first
term
ad.
limits?
First ad when I ran in 2018.
Thank you.
I mean, look, they'll say it, they'll talk about term limits, but they'll never do it because they're never going to vote the term limit themselves out because they have cush jobs that do nothing. So it's never going to happen. That's what Gingrich found out in 95, right? When he had his contract with America, term limits were up there. He couldn't get it out of committee. His own people that got voted in on it wouldn't get it out of committee. They don't want term limits. So it is never going to happen because they're never going to term limit themselves. And even the people that say, I'm going to vote for term limits, they get in, then they don't. Mark Warner being one of them, promised 2 terms. Now he's running for 4. So they're all full of crap. Ridiculous. Let's get to, are the phone lines out or do we have John? Phone lines
I'm
out?
trying to get them back up right now.
No worries.
Yeah,
Call,
but they should be up momentarily.
Yeah, okay. Let's get to, I want to get to 5 here. This is AOC on the department, Democratic Socialists calling themselves communists. See, now we've been calling them communists. We got criticized. Now they're calling themselves communists. And she's like, what's a free country? AOC ahead of New Hampshire. Now, I've been telling you this for months. AOC is not going to run for Senate, although she should because she'd win in a landslide. She's going to run for president. She's going to take a shot. And she is going to be the Democrat nominee. I'm going to let this sink in. 8 years ago, she was tending bar. She knows nothing about anything. And she is going to run for president, and she is going to win New Hampshire, and likely to be the Democrat nominee. Just let it sink in. This is how dire we are. This thing is hanging, folks, this thing is hanging by a thread. Not only that, she'll win states. I mean, she'll win a bunch of states. People will vote for this woman to be president. She is a communist whack job that has no knowledge about anything, but they don't care. They want communism, and that's why they're going to vote her in for the Democratic nomination. When that happens, Republicans are going to turn to Rubio. I am, what's this, 26? 2 years ahead of my time here, like I am on everything. AOC is going to be the nominee. Republicans, as much as we like Vance, they're going to panic. Fear will grip Republicans that the country's gone, and they're going to nominate the one person that they know 100% can win, and that's Rubio, and that's what's going to happen. And when you go back 2 years, Dan, save this tape, save it, save this segment, because I'm predicting it now. Just save it. Just put it in a file, put it on a thumb drive, label it. Because AOC is going to be the nominee, and the Republicans are going to turn to Rubio, because they're not going to roll the dice with Vance. Great candidate, great guy, love him to death. Probably will win. Rubio will definitely win. When your back's against the wall and you got a choice, you take the sure thing to get out. And that's what's going to happen. Save this, Dan. Play it 2 years from now at the Republican convention when it's over in wherever it is in 2028. Okay, let's get to AOC cut 5.
That I'm not going to be deterred.
Should some DSAers who have called themselves communist educate themselves as to what
it's a free country. It's a free country. You've got people with all sorts of affiliations in this country, and the whole point is that we don't politically, persecute people. You can you have a bona fide, all sorts of extreme groups. It's a free, you can hold whatever views you have in this country. And that's how America works.
I'm running for president. She's ahead of New Hampshire. And if the Democrat primary were held in New Hampshire today, she'd win. She'd crush the field. Wake up and smell the coffee, folks. You got to get this. I'm 2 years ahead now, and 2 years ago, I was telling you there was a communist takeover of the Democratic Party. Everybody laughed at me. In fact, Newsmax told me to stop saying it. When I was on them, I couldn't say the word communist. Oh, John, come on, it's like over the top. Here we are. That's why you tuned me in. I am 2 years ahead of everybody. That's why we had 22 million viewers last month, I guess. Maybe. Or just maybe it was because of the World Cup coverage. I don't know. Either way, I'll take it. Let's get to 9. Here's Ted Cruz saying Mondami's going to run for Senate and win. Interesting perspective by Ted Cruz. Cut 9. Take a look.
Chuck Schumer, I believe, can never again win a Democrat primary in New York. I think he will not even run for re-election. I've joked that Schumer will be the inaugural member of the AOC for president campaign because he's terrified AOC will primary him.
I don't think it's a joke.
Now I don't think... no, it's not a joke.
There's a poll out today that has her winning.
In New Hampshire, she's the #1 Democrat candidate in the country in New Hampshire. That's today's poll. I think she'll run for president. I don't think she will run for Senate, but I'm going to make a prediction for you, Sean. My prediction is Comrade Mondami will be the next Democrat senator from New York, that Mondami will replace Schumer. I think Mondami is the single most powerful Democrat in the country. And I got to say, by the way, there are some Republicans that are celebrating. This is great. Our opponents are crazy. That's going to help us. I want to say for the record, I'm not celebrating. I think this is bad for the country. I think this is unhealthy.
I agree with him. I'm not celebrating either. I think at the end, it's going to help us win, but it is bad for the country, and I think Ted Cruz nailed it. A lot of people grousing about Trump. Let's get to cut 15. Here's MAGA voters slamming Trump's Iran war, saying that they're disillusioned. And a lot of people have been saying this, callers, Anthony and Nancy, et cetera. So, they're not isolated. Anytime we get a caller, 2 callers times it by like thousands, right? Yeah, 1 caller, it could be a one-off, but you get 2 callers saying the same thing, times that by, thousands is kind of the thing in radio because not everybody calls in. So, Nancy and Anthony are upset, and here's another one, 15. Take a look.
Identified MAGA supporters who think Trump's war is worth the economic costs has dropped 13% in just the last 2 months. And a majority of MAGA supporters, 57%, blame Trump's war for the high cost of gas. And we're seeing that same sentiment on the ground in key battleground states. Our very own MS Now's Alex Tabbitt recently spoke with several three-time Trump voters at a gas station in North Carolina about Trump's war in Iran. Here's what they had to say.
This war has been it's been taxing on everyone, and I'm on a fixed income, and so it's other ones that are on fixed income are really feeling it.
If you could talk directly to the president, we know he likes to watch TV. What would you tell him about this war?
President Trump, you shouldn't have got us in this war and was going to end it fast, soon, and now you're starting all over again.
Has the war helped your life at all?
No. For one thing, it causes me angst, makes me angry. And as I said, I'm very disillusioned. My entire family is disillusioned. And we are and were Trump supporters, but this is, to me, he's drawn a line in the sand. And that's how I feel. That's how we all feel.
That's how we all feel. Again, those were three-time Trump voters.
Enough.
Donald Trump is...
Enough. So the bottom line of this is, and of course, MS Now is going to go find these people, but this is a prevailing thing. I mean, I guess you would have preferred that the Iranians had a nuclear bomb and started, nuking Tel Aviv and nuking Doha and nuking New York, and I guess that would have been fine. I mean, I really don't know what to tell you. But this is reality, and I deal in the real world, not the way I would like it to be. However, there's another side to this. Dan, I want to get you to number 25. This is CNN's pollster Enton. Has a little bit of a different take on what we've heard. Now, he is a really honest pollster because he goes on CNN and he tells the truth. Probably the only person there that does that other than Scott Jennings. Of course, he didn't tell the truth about McConnell, so I guess you can't put him in that category either. But let's get to 25 Enton on Trump's approval rating amongst Republicans. Roll it.
Trump is still very popular with Republicans. Just take a look here. Okay, 21st century own party approval rating, about at this point in the second term. We got Trump, we got Obama, we got Bush. Look, they're all fairly popular, but the one who is the most popular, and we have seen this time in and time out, no matter when you look, is Donald John Trump. He's the only one who's over 80%. 83% of Republicans still approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president. He still has that magic touch. We'll see if it carries over to South Carolina, but we've seen it in primaries this year, Senate primaries, and that is because he is still a very popular man, historically popular when it comes to his own party liking and approving of the job that he's doing.
So you hear that, but then 83% of Republicans are approving of the job that Trump is doing, like me. I mean, I'm in that category. I think he's doing a phenomenal job. And I agree with what he's doing in Iran. And I know why we went in there. And I know what the objective is. And I know why we had to do it. And in the short term, yes, we are going to pay higher prices. And it really sucks. And people are suffering. And that doesn't matter. And so when that lady says, it causes me angst, I just want to get out. I mean, nobody is looking at the alternative, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I could say this over and over. Those that are upset are upset. So I'm wasting breath. We gotta win the thing and get out and get gas prices down, and then all is good. It's really as simple as that. Take Carg Island, end this thing, choke them off, let the regime collapse, do it by the end of August, end this thing. They have no money. People are starving. They overthrow the government or they don't, or the government kills all their people or they don't. I don't really care. Get the strait open, get it open, get the ships in, get prices down. End of story. All anybody cares about right now is prices. That's it. Unfortunately for us, when Biden's prices were high, nobody cared. It was transitory. When gas was $5, nobody cared. It was transitory. And what you get is the fake news media telling you every day over and over and over and over and over, your life sucks, you're miserable, the world sucks, Trump sucks, everything is bad. And in order to get things better, we got to vote for the communists so you can get free stuff. Basically what they're saying. And when you go to the grocery store and prices are too high and gas is too high, you're pissed. So what do? You vote for the communists to send the message, and then 6 years later, you're eating out of a dumpster. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know what else to say. Okay. So many tremendous things that President Trump has done. But, you know, we just kind of make it to this side. Here's 31. Let's get here. Trump saying that he's trying to make it, that is Iran wants to make a deal. The only beef I've got is this nonsense. Stop telling me they want to make a deal. They don't want to make a deal. It is silly. And if they do make a deal, they'll break it in 24 hours. So it's pointless. Here he is again. They want to make a deal, but there is no deal. 31, Trump. This is the one thing that really drives me bananas. Go ahead, 31, take a look.
And the stock market has said, and that's what this skirmish we have going on. I call it a skirmish. This is with this skirmish we have with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I call it that because let me tell you, they're getting hit so hard and they want to make a deal. And I say they're not ready to make a deal. Because every time they make a deal, they want to change it and everything. They're not ready. They'll be ready very soon. And this is despite this. It's going on. The stock market has hit 73 all-time highs since the election. Think of that.
See, I think they don't want to make a deal. They're not going to make a deal. Nobody knows who's in charge. And I really think it's dangerous to be just talking about the stock market because that doesn't affect average Americans. It just doesn't. And so I think those two things are dangerous. The stock market does not affect that guy in the fixed income trying to make ends meet, pay his rent, pay his higher electricity, buy food, buy his medication. Stock market does nothing for that person or that family. So that is a very dangerous way to go. Phil Klein coming up. When I get back, former Bernie Sanders Jewish Outreach Director, Mandami, he says is obsessed with Israel. We'll get that. We got Phil Klein. We got John. I'm not sure if John is still on, but if he is, we'll get John from Monmouth County on. All right here on the John Fredericks Media Network, Truck the Truth across America.
WJFN Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFB Portsmouth, part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. President Trump honored 4 soldiers killed in the war in Iran as he attended their dignified transfer at Dover Air Force Base, Delaware.
Very tough to watch, to be honest with you. Very tough. I think it's the toughest thing I do. Of anything I do all this stuff, but I think it's the toughest thing I do.
Later on Wednesday, the president in Georgia to promote his new Trump Accounts Child Investment Program, saying it will help set up kids for future financial success.
Their parents, grandparents, employers, and loved ones can contribute up to $5,000 a year. And with the modest contribution, these accounts will reach hundreds of thousands of dollars for these young people by the time they get to, let's say 18, let's say 21, but by the time they're just young adults, They could be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, most likely will be.
The president in Marietta. A June 1st trial date set for former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro to face drug trafficking charges in New York. Maduro and his wife pleading not guilty to charges. They sided with drug dealers in a multi-decade scheme to ship large quantities of drugs to the United States. Thousands of non-citizens in New Jersey ended up being eligible to vote. That's due to a computer mistake. Correspondent Laura Winters has more in this report.
Liberal New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill admits more than 6,000 non-U.S. citizens were on the New Jersey voter rolls. She says 6,600 people were incorrectly registered when they applied for a driver's license. The Democrat governor claims 400 of them ended up voting in elections. These people have reportedly been deleted from the system. President Trump says this episode in New Jersey underscores the need to pass the Save America Act, which requires voter ID and proof of citizenship. Laura Winters reporting.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
The birthplace of the man responsible for World War II will serve a new purpose.
Adolf Hitler's birthplace in Austria has been inaugurated as a police station. The move aims to deter its use as a pilgrimage site for Nazi sympathizers. A memorial stone outside the house in Brunau am Inn will remain, bearing a message against fascism. Austria's Interior Minister Gerhard Kahner has emphasized the country's commitment to confronting its past. Renovations took years and cost around 20 million euros. That's nearly $23 million. The building was previously rented by the Interior Ministry and has stood empty since 2011. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
And more than 1,000 people have died from the Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo. Ebola is rare but highly contagious and can be contracted via bodily fluids such as vomit, blood, or semen. News and analysis at townhall.com. Firefighters in central Spain are battling a massive wildfire in Guadalajara, which has burned over 32,000 acres. Other European countries are also facing extreme heat and fires. The Louvre reopens the Apollo Gallery after a heist.
In Paris, the Louvre's Apollo Gallery has reopened to the public for the first time since $102 million worth of crown jewels was stolen in a dramatic daytime heist. The public can tour the majestic rooms and view its gilded ceilings and Greek frescoes en route to the nearby Mona Lisa, but they won't see any crown jewels or empty display cases. The collections and precious jewels once displayed there have been removed. The museum explains the gallery is returning to its 17th century original ceremonial purpose. The stolen jewels remain unrecovered 9 months later. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen.
Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace him up and lace him tight, John Fredericks.
Oh, it's great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for being with us today, Phil Klein. Well, we got him. He's ready to rock and roll. We got John from Monmouth County calling in. We got his chairman is going to be with us at the bottom of the hour. But first, I got to tell you, our Wellness Company medical emergency kit's the greatest thing you can have. Phil, for you and your family, your daughter, their baby, this thing is great. I tell you what, I got sick, right? I got a cold when I was traveling in Pennsylvania. It's going to happen when you don't. I forget 5 hours of sleep a night. You get a cold. I'm a big guy and I take all my stuff, so I was like over it the next day. I didn't miss a day of work. Ann got it. Joe got it, right? So it just went around because Joe's, stays with us in the summer and goes to College Park every day to do his rehab on the Metro. By the way, he's doing great. But they all got colds. But look, we've got 2 emergency kits there, right? So they open them up. They take the antibiotics, they take the ivermectin, they take the Z-Pack, boom, gone, 2 days, everybody's better. No missed work, no sick, no suffering, no in bed. Why waste days of your life? And I'm going to get Ann to come on tomorrow because she's such a believer in this. I'm like, honey, you got to come on. You talk about how great it is. Every family should have it. You just got to make a cameo appearance. She said, all right, I'll do it. I promise. We'll see what happens. But this thing is the greatest thing that you could buy for you and your family. I mean, everything is in here. Like, even my son said, the beauty of this is, and he has it in College Park with him. He travels with him when he goes on the road with the University of Maryland. He said the beauty of it is, like, I don't have to wait 2 or 3 days. Like, I don't have to go to a doctor, get a prescription, go get it. It's 2-3 days go by. I don't have to do that. It's right here at my fingertips. So as soon as the symptoms come on, boom, you open it, guidebook, you take it, you're better. Every family should have this. If you don't have it, I encourage you to get it now, and you're going to get 10% off. So all you have to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla. John's on the phone. John, you're a medical practitioner. You know how effective this is when you can get this right at your fingertips. All you got to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off on the TV or your phone. There's a QR code, but twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Get this today. Get it today. Have it, and then you'll thank me later, because when you get sick or something goes down, you open it, the guidebook, everything is there. Boom, you're good to go. Most important thing you'll possibly do is get your medical emergency kit. Okay, we got Phil Klein's going to be with us in a minute. Let's get to John in Monmouth County, New Jersey. John, you're live. Go.
Hey, Johnny, how you doing?
Never
hey,
better.
listen, just, I was giggling the other day, and this is, I guess, a little bit of a pop for you. I actually lost 15 pounds using lean. I'm in pretty good shape. I go to the gym, but I wanted to kind of slim down for the summer. I lost like 12 to 15 pounds using lean. So it definitely works. So, and I was laughing when I saw that you had picked them up, because I had been using them.
No
for
way.
A while now.
So you were using lean. You were using lean before they became one of our sponsors, and got me on it, because that's what I do. I don't promote anything I don't do. So they called me. The guy that owns it says, "Hey, big fan of yours. Tune you in every day. I know talk about weight loss. You kind of say on the air you're 245. I got the answer, and this is how we hooked up. But you're saying that you were using lean before I was promoting it and using it myself, and you
100%.
lost 15 pounds.
15 pounds. It took about a month and a half, 2 months, because I'm like you. I will not listen. There's just something unnatural about an injection, in my eyes. To each his own, but I'd rather go the natural route. You know what I mean? So I jumped on the lean bandwagon, but I did that about maybe 8 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was before you had the you know how it is. You get a little bit older, you put on a little bit of weight. I wanted to slim down, look good for summer, so I started banging it around again. You know what I mean? But I'm just telling you, it works. You'll see. You know what I
So
mean?
go to thank you, John.
Really.
Thank you. We're gonna cut this promo up from John. That's absolutely need to do that. But John, thanks for doing that. Go to takelean.com, takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, get yourself 10% off. Let's lose a few pounds and get back in fighting weight.
Well, you got to be in fighting shape. So listen, here's why I'm calling. So listen what New Jersey wants us to believe. And this, I had mentioned what you had talked about this morning. So they want us to believe that miraculously a glitch registered these voters, right? A glitch registered their party affiliation, and then somehow registered them to go vote. A glitch did all that. What everybody should be upset about, and what is bothering me the most about this, is that they think I'm that stupid. That's where everybody should be like, why would they believe that I would actually even believe that? I mean, it's so absurd. It's almost laughable if it wasn't so sad. So, I'm actually happy that Harmeet Dillon's kind of looking into it. And that was an excellent interview you had yesterday with Christine Glassner. I actually know her on a personal level as well. So, Yeah, it's just that's what's appalling to me is that they believe. Like I'm scratching my head and I'm like, why would they believe that I'm that stupid? you, you know what I mean? It's appalling. And for them to admit what they admitted, that situation is 10x, if not 100x worse than what they're even telling you. So the bottom line, though, is this. And this, let's have, I'm not doom and gloom. Believe me, I'm on your side. I think, the crazier the media gets, the better it is. And the Democrats are the best motivator we have right now, not the Republicans. And I believe we're going to win in a landslide once everything, the seriousness of this situation and where this country is headed, common sense people, I mean, this is our motivating factor. But the bottom line is we do need secure and safe elections. And we have to start facing the reality that John Thune is not going to do this.
They're going to do crap.
This is his last. No, he's not going to do anything. So we have to start looking at alternatives. Because like Dan Bongino had a great saying. It's like, we're the heroes we've been looking for. Nobody is coming to save us. So we're going to have to start coming up with a strategy on how to do this on our own, like everything else. The one good thing and the saving grace is that this is going to be John Thune's last little go around in government. He will be primaried in a landslide. I mean, so that's the positive that everybody can take out of this. But we have to start coming up with an alternative strategy and just kind of shelf this guy. I think he probably has some kind of perverse thing that he can hold it over our head in some way. So we have to just start thinking outside the box. The president needs to start thinking outside the box because, we obviously need safe and secure elections. 80% of the country wants this. So the issue is on our side, whether you're Republican or Democrat. And I mentioned that the other day. That's the common sense of the American public. The crazy is about 20%, 15 to 20%. And the media is feeding into that. So they're going to get crazier and crazier, and that just benefits us at the end of the day as well. But we're going to have to, I don't know, what that is. Maybe you could start coming up with some alternative plans. But, I just wanted to kind of shoot that out there so we can get our heads in a different trajectory instead of beating our heads against the wall with this idiot. You follow?
I'm with you, bud. John, and also I got your text offline. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
I got it.
Just is some background.
Yeah, we're good, John. Thank you. John from Monmouth County. Thank you, John. Always good to have you. Let's get to Phil Klein. Phil has got a little spring in his step today. Not only is a offer the summer, college professor, Liberty University, former AG Kansas, but he's got a doubleheader going on today. The Royals beat the Giants. Yay. That's number one good thing. Then they just announced a $3 billion stadium for the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City. So they're getting out of Missouri. They're going to Kansas. $3 billion dome stadium. So Phil Klein's going to get in line. You need to buy those licensing fees, and that's what they tried to get me to do in Nashville. Amy wanted, what was it, Dan? What did Amy want? Amy, the owner, the licenser got to pay $2,500 licensing fee, a ticket for the privilege to buy tickets. With a team that's won 6 games in 2 years. Hey, Amy, I don't think so. Okay, not going to happen. But instead, I bought my Cap season tickets. They didn't want a licensing fee. Ann and I got two tickets, Caps games, right behind the glass, dude. 3 rows up, right behind the glass. I mean, right behind the home bench, and so you can actually hear the players talking. And it's exactly 2 metro stops away. So we leave our house. The game is 7:10. We leave our house at 6:50. We're in our seats by the national anthem. That's a better deal than Amy's deal. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, I don't know, John, if the Chiefs will be able to charge that licensing fee. I mean, we had a down year, and we've only been to the Super Bowl 5 times in the past 8 or 9 years. So, it's kind of a drought for us in Kansas City. We're a little bit depressed about it, but at least we'll have a nice, neat dome stadium. to watch the Chiefs perhaps get to the AFC Championship game, maybe to the Super Bowl. We'll see.
Touche, Phil. Touche. Touche.
John, this election stuff, and you know my thoughts on it. If you were just to search computer glitch election since 2000, when we started moving to
computer glitch election. Oh, I got to write that down. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can't count the number of responses. And when Trump when he made his announcement last week, it was like somebody calling the police and saying, look, my house has been broken into. And the police show up and they see that the back door is smashed, the window is smashed, but they look at it and they say, there's no evidence anybody took anything. And we don't know why they might have smashed the back door. I mean, what Trump announced was that China infiltrated our voting records and stole all these identities, and the left's response was, yeah, well, maybe they did that, but we don't know why they did it, and we don't think there's a problem with it. I mean, why do it? If somebody points a gun at you, you start to think, well, maybe they have a bad reason for doing that. Yes, there is evidence there's a problem because they did it. And what the left continues to say is, let's ignore all of this. Let's not worry about all of this. They're so focused on the Trump-Biden narrative that they can't acknowledge the problems with our election system. And in fact, I think the blindness is even more broad than that. It includes Republicans who refuse to acknowledge that we have a vulnerable and flawed method of conducting elections that's not transparent and not accountable. And we're not fixing it. It's really stunning to see. And now you get this charade in New Jersey where, well, it's the software glitch. And finally, the company is saying, no, it wasn't us. It wasn't us. And this is a problem throughout the nation, not just in New Jersey.
Well, we don't even know how many there are, and they won't give the voter rolls. And what to me, this is the biggest story, because Mickey Sherrill, the governor, comes out with a statement, oh, it was a computer glitch, not on my watch, blame Phil Murphy, there was a software problem, we fixed it. And then, immediately, the CEO of the software company, I think it's called Ameldem, comes out and says, wait a minute, we had nothing to do with this. These people are registered through you, right? You get the files. It doesn't matter what box they check. If they're not citizens and they check the no box, then you got to kick them out. That's your job. This had nothing to do with us. And so not only you didn't kick them out, you physically put them in, and then you had to assign them party affiliation. So somebody actually said, let's see, Democrat here, not affiliated here, Republican. Somebody physically had to sign them party affiliation. So the guy's like, you're a liar, because you guys did this through the Department of Elections in New Jersey, of which you control, because they're all Democrats on it. You have a majority, so you control that. And somebody physically assigned non-citizens party affiliation so they could vote. So you're a liar. That's what he said.
Well, and listen to what the governor said. The governor said basically that who determines who is a registered voter is not us. It's a vendor, it's a software program that we don't necessarily control. I mean, that is the story across the nation. They don't look at these. They don't want to look at this. I mean, we have a system, and we talked about it last week, where if a local elections clerk wants to look at the software to see if it operated correctly during an election, they can go to prison. And so what people do is they step back and say, well, the local officials can't access it. The state officials blame the software company. There's no generalized specific audit. And in addition, many of these leftist state election officials enter into private contracts with nonprofits like Rock the Vote and others to do the voter registration, and there's no auditing. There's no review to see if the registration is accurate. I've got a colleague of mine who's a law professor at Liberty University, She was born in Michigan, left Michigan when she was about 18 to go to college, hasn't been back, has a new name because she's been married, has not lived or resided in the home she was born in for probably 30 years. And if you go back in the 2020 election, somebody under her maiden name voted at the home that she was born in. That's insane. It's not insane when you consider the technology that I can purchase change of address information. I can purchase information as it relates to marriage. And what do you think the odds are that a person who hasn't lived in a home and hasn't used their maiden name for over 30 years is going to check their voting record at the home that they were born in under their maiden name? Very, very low. And so I put this together, I team up with these nonprofits, and I create voter registrations. It's so easy. We can hack within, yet we're not doing a thing about it. Nothing, except resisting any review of our election system to find solutions. And it is a serious problem and continues to be a serious problem. And if Senator Thune can't see that, then Republicans need to replace them. This country has less faith in its election system than many third world countries. And it's earned. That lack of faith is earned because we're not doing anything about it.
Oh, you're right. You're 100% correct. And if you look at the reaction to Trump's speech on Thursday, we got 3 or 4 networks didn't even carry it, didn't like whatever they thought the content was going to be. Now, it could have been something else, right? He could have said we're, launching a war on Iran and, all our troops are going in at midnight. No, they don't carry it. And then they make fun of him, and then there's nothing to see here, and then we get the New Jersey fiasco like 3 days later. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And then she lies. I mean, the governor lied, and the difference between her. This is interesting. Mickey Sherrill's approval rating in New Jersey is off the charts. I mean, it's in the 60s. Spanberger, who's also supposed to be a moderate, her approval rating is the lowest ever recorded by a Virginia governor ever. And, why? Do you have any idea why?
Well, John, you've got 22 million listeners. I credit you with that. You've spoken about Spanberger and revealed the truth about her. No, I have not looked into that, except I do think that our media is broken. It is absolutely broken. The media responded to Trump's speech with a yawn, but then it said, once it had acknowledged there were problems, you know what it said? Well, there's no evidence that China used this information to impact an election. Excuse me?
What?
Why do it? First of all, why do it? And simply because we don't have evidence that they used it to impact the election because we haven't really looked, does not negate the need to fix the problem. Why do you think China's meddling with our voting records? Just a kid and a hobby? I mean, this is the most powerful nation on the face of the globe. More money flows through our government, and unfortunately through nonprofits that are cooperating with the Chinese government, than any other nation on Earth. Do you not think people want to manipulate the choice that we make for our leaders? My goodness.
When are you gonna run for mayor in Lynchburg?
I don't live in Lynchburg, and I'm kind of pleased not to even be considered in that same vein. My daughter would be an excellent mayor, by the way.
Lynchburg and run for mayor.
No, I shouldn't. No, I should not. I'll tell you what, though. The Republican Party better start paying attention to these local offices. The left, because of their infrastructure of funding, and John, the Democratic Party's become Marxist because that's where their funding base is. All these people are captured, bought for, and paid. They're essentially funding hostages on the left to make them Marxist, and they can create candidates out of the blue because they have such an infrastructure that they can put up people who haven't even balanced a checkbook ever in their life and get them elected to office. But we are not paying attention to that. We're still, smoking cigars at the Capitol Hill Club and talking about what kind of contract and money we can make off the television ads that we force our candidates to do, and we ignore grassroots.
I mean, you've been the voice of this for years. the Republican consultants make money on digital mailers and TV ads. That's where they make their 15% commission. And the people that are on the knocking on doors are volunteers. The Democrats put that money in, but then they put an enormous amount of money in door knockers and ballot harvesters that they pay $25 to $30 an hour. And we just refuse to do that. And the reason we refuse to do it is they don't make any money off it.
That's right.
That's right. The reason. Like, we don't want to win. We play to lose and get a number of consultants filthy rich while we lose. And then they keep getting more and more accounts. It's just unbelievable.
Yep. We're blinded. We're blinded by our own self-interest.
You know what, Phil? You're ahead of your time. You've been saying this stuff for years, and now you and I are like 3-4 years ahead of everybody every week, because you've been saying this when you were the one that brought out the NGOs that nobody knew what was going on. Now that's all blown up. Now we got this other thing I need you to focus on, which is this Act Blue.
Oh, Act Blue is criminal.
It's criminal.
It filters money, steals identities, spreads out big donors through multiple identities. It's wrong for me to say it's criminal because Congress will not require that they verify the identities of their donors.
We had an old lady, older, I shouldn't say that because I'm older, so you have to not say that. We have a senior in Michigan who gave $325 donations to this guy, Abdul Syed, liberal. And she's been credited with $150,000 in donations.
John, we gave to Congress as well as attorneys general back in 2019 Act Blue records showing widows giving over 25,000 donations in a year. Small dollar that added up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, their identity was stolen, and without their knowledge, that identity was used to launder money of big donations from sources that were not identified.
It's incredible.
Over half of Biden's donors through Act Blue in 2020 were listed as unemployed. It's nuts. That's been out there for I don't know how long.
All right, we got to go, Phil.
And we haven't done anything. Yeah. All right.
Phil Klein, just Google him, or you can Google computer glitch election. Either one, you're going to get him. Christine Hanlon, Chairman, Republican Party, Jersey. Next. Keep it right here.
Jesus Christ, the second person of the Holy Trinity. From this great evil came the greatest good, the opening of the gates of heaven. That's right, heaven did not open until Christ shed his blood for us. We must always trust God's plan for our salvation, especially when hard times fall upon us. Pray, trust, and persevere in good times and bad. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Marcus was absolutely awful. That's about as PG rated as I can say it. He was awful. Our guards were awful. Our 3 starting guards had 1 assist and 7 turnovers. They must think it's a tax credit. It's unbelievable how our starting guards played. And let's talk about our big guys. 2 for 11. How can you go 2 for 11? My wife can score more than 2 buckets on 11 shots, because I know my wife will at least shot fake 1 time. But those guys aren't listening. They're uncoachable right now.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, it's great to have you back. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, coming to you live today, Washington, D.C. Hey, press conference today, 11 o'clock. We'll be there. D.C. Dispatch 9, got Joe Rubin coming up. I think he's at 8, right? 8, Joe Rubin at 8. We got Congressman Jimmy Petronis is going to be with us at 8:30. Also, Joe Rubin's coming in with Dan, so we got a lot going on. Coming up in a few moments, GOP Chair, Jersey, Christine Hanlon. Oh boy, she's got her hands full right now. Oh, it's just a computer glitch, they say. It's just a software glitch. Nothing to see here. Blame Phil Murphy. It was on his watch. I'm Mickey Sherrill. I've got 60% approval rating. Everybody loves me in Jersey. Then the software company comes out and says, excuse me, liar, liar, pants on fire. You guys did this yourself willingly because you have to check the voter rolls. You did that. Plus, you have to assign a party affiliation, non-affiliated, Republican or Democrat. Somebody had to check that box. So you know what? It's got nothing to do with us. You're a liar. So here we are. We've got Christine Hanlon coming up here in a second. This segment brought to you by our good friends at Patriot Mobile. Look, Obama says he got a phone and a pen. Yeah, well, okay, well, I do him 3 better. I got 3 phones, 1, 2, 3, and 3 pens. Patriot Mobile, baby. The only reason I can have 3 phones, that's how I run my company, right? Got all these stations all over the place. We're traveling all the time. We're in D.C. We're at the White House. Got to have phones. That's how I keep in touch. That's how I run the entire company. But I couldn't do it without being powered by Patriot Mobile. They power them all. Why? Rates are great. Service is better. BOGO. I get 2 carriers for the price of 1. I'm never out of juice, right? I'm never out of coverage. This is the way to go. Plus, you save money. Service is better. Save money. BOGO. Here's what you do. Get your service changed now. Just go to patriotmobile.com. Promo code Godzilla. Number 1, free activation fee. Boom, $35. You save it. Number 2, check this out. First month free. Boom, you save that money. Number 3, BOGO. 2 carriers, price of 1. Just tell them what 2 carriers you want. I picked AT&T and Verizon based on where I live. But you pick the 2 carriers that are best for when you travel, and it automatically flips over to who's ever got higher bars. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. They are so good. All you got to do is go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get all the freebies, or you can call them 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. You won't be put on hold. You won't have to hit 10 buttons. You don't go to India. You talk to a real live operator in Dallas. And if you're betting the over-under on pickup, on 4 rings, bet the under. You'll win every single time they actually answer the phone. The greatest thing ever, and everything is done over the cloud. Plus, a portion of whatever you get, guess where it goes? Support Christian and conservative causes. Great people. Glenn Story, brilliant guy. Thank you, Glenn, for all you do. Our entire company's phone's powered by Patriot Mobile. PatriotMobile.com, promo code Godzilla. Get all the freebies and get the BOGO. Joining us now is Christine Hanlon. Let's get her on screen. Christine is the chairwoman of the Republican Party of New Jersey. Christine, thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. Happy to be with you.
So, Christine, we're excited to get you on because basically the software company said, like, liar, liar, pants on fire. We don't have anything to do with this. You guys control the voting record. The Democrats control it. Somebody named party affiliation. So basically, it's on you, Mickey Sherrill, and the Democrats in New Jersey for this fraud, not us. Your reaction, Christine Hanlon.
My reaction is that is no surprise. This system was by design, not by an error. And Republicans have been warning for many, many years that the system was flawed. And actually, the state of New Jersey basically took away the ability of local election officials to do any verification of eligibility for voting. So we knew this was happening. I formed an election integrity task force when I became the chair, and we started uncovering records and pushing the issue. And finally, this has come to light, but I don't believe the story. And I also know that this is not the only issue. I'm an election official myself, and I know that this is not the only problem that we have.
Christine, walk us through some of the other problems that, as an election official, as well as being chairman of the Republican Party of New Jersey, that you think are out there.
Well, relating to this issue, there are records that I've obtained that indicate that the issue is not limited to this time period. And Republicans have been talking about this issue. People have been telling us stories. The media and the Democrats have basically ignored them. But now we have the receipts. I have records indicating that non-citizens were on the voter rolls at different time periods. Our governor is saying that there's this 1-year period where this alleged glitch took place, but my records indicate that the problem was more widespread than that. So you can't look at this 1 year and say, oh, nothing to see here. It was a glitch. We're just going to fix it. The problem arose at other times as well. So what is the reason for that? We need a complete overhaul of the voter rolls, a complete review, and also a change in the system that we're using in terms of registering people to vote. We have to stop. Our state has always told us it's the honor system. There's no other verification. It's the honor system. We have to stop that and make sure that we actually are verifying whether someone is eligible to vote. So there's more to come here. This is not the only issue. And, the Republicans are calling for an independent investigation. We hope that takes place because we need to know what's going on.
Well, Christine Hanlon with us. She is an election official in New Jersey, Monmouth County. She is also the chairwoman of the Republican Party of New Jersey. Just took over, I think, recently, right?
Yes, in January.
So hopefully we'll see some changes there. I probably don't know this, but I grew up in New Jersey. Went to college at Fairleigh Dickinson Madison, and was in Madison. Back when I was in Madison, like you couldn't find. Like it was an entire Republican city. There were no Democrats elected to school board, anything.
Yeah.
All council was all Republican. Mayor was Republican. Morristown, not so much. But now I was just talking to somebody the other day and they told me, you go to Madison, you can't, there's no Republican elected officials.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't
We
know
have
what the hell
to
happened.
change that for sure.
So tell us about when you say you want a full investigation. Mickey Sherrill said that she's going to do an investigation, but she put in charge of it her own lawyers. What kind of investigation do you want to see?
We need to see a bipartisan investigation. We need hearings because it's so important to know. Well, first of all, we need an overhaul of the voter rolls and how this system is working because it's clearly not working properly by design, in my opinion. But we need bipartisan hearings. We need people testifying. Our legislators need to be able to ask questions and find out who knew what and when. If this was going on during a time period, actually, if some of this was going on during the time period that they say, that was like 2 years ago. Who knew this information? Was it hidden from the public? And, we need to really look at, did this affect any elections? In New Jersey, elections can come down to just a small number of votes. And, people like to kind of brush that off saying, this is rare. It's only a small number, but what's the number that's acceptable? If you were a candidate and you lost by 7 votes in New Jersey in a municipality, that answer is not good enough for you. So we need names, we need locations, we need to find out every single thing that happened. Bipartisan hearings would be a great start. It would be great if the Justice Department conducted the investigation because we really do not have any details, and we need to make sure that that all of the issues are disclosed to the public.
So Christine Hanlon with us. So Christine, her investigation is bogus because it's her own lawyers. You want a full investigation. Mickey Sherrill, your governor, claimed, well, this is, completely transparent. As soon as I found that, I did a press conference, but we don't know what the extent of it is. We don't know why there's a discrepancy between 6,600 that she admitted and the 35,000 Department of Justice says are illegal voters on your rolls. We don't know where they voted. We don't know the jurisdictions they voted in. So none of that has been released. So how is that a transparent process?
No, it's not. And I think the only reason why we're learning about this to begin with is that I had launched an election integrity task force. I've been working with the Republican National Committee to expose these issues. Then we had Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen send the letter to New Jersey. I think they were just up against a wall at that point in time. And I believe the Justice Department said, we're going to start looking into and prosecuting people who are facilitating non-citizens on the voter rolls. So I don't think this was like by choice. I think they were forced into this issue, forced into saying something, and now trying to kind of deflect and say, oh, this is the only one issue and we're going to take care of it. And, nothing to see here.
I mean, it's kind of amazing the way they've hid this. And now they're just trying to sweep it under the rug and say it was a software glitch. Look, you've been around a long time. You've been, chairman of Monmouth County? For some, I used to be in the horse racing business. So
we love Monmouth Park.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Monmouth. It's a great racetrack. Is that at risk at all? Is that stable there?
Yeah, it's fairly stable. They've been trying to figure out ways to, have a revenue stream. They're holding fast, but it's challenging because the horse racing industry, is not what it was. A lot of people like their entertainment on their phones and not necessarily going out to this beautiful facility to watch the horse races. But they're holding right now. And I hope that they will survive because it is such an historical treasure that we have here in New Jersey and in Monmouth County. I've been the county clerk for 10 years, the co-chair of the Republican Party in my county for longer than that, and now the state chair.
Well, I tell you what, Save Monmouth, I used to race there, beautiful track. I also had standardbreds, which I raced at Freehold, which broke my heart when that closed. about 2 years ago, I believe.
Yes.
I read that's where I cut my teeth, was at Freehold Raceway, and there was that famous Freehold. What did they call it? The circle. The circle.
Yeah.
Oh my God! The jug handle, the circle.
Yeah.
I raced there, but they closed that. They closed Atlantic City track when the casinos came in. They closed Garden State, which I raced there. And so, to my knowledge, right, the only two tracks in Jersey now are the Meadowlands and Monmouth. That's it, right?
That's my understanding. Meadowlands and Monmouth Park.
Yeah, I remember going to the Meadowlands. The first race they had, I forget, it was 70s, but I remember that Brendan Byrne was the governor of New Jersey, and how I remember these things. But I was there. I had a horse in the third race. I was there for the first race, and Brendan Byrne came to the winner's circle in the first race. That's all I remember. He didn't come to the third, or I actually came in second or third. I was right there, but so I kind of remember all these things. But when you look at Jersey, I mean, you had a tough election in 17 and 20, 25. So did Virginia.
Yes.
How do you turn things around there?
Well, we have our challenges. I'm working to build, working to raise money. We're working to do trainings for our candidates. Last year we had, a lot of issues relating to the shutdown. There's always that kind of backlash election against whoever party is in the White House at the time. So we're working to focus on local, and we're also working very, very hard to assist President Trump in holding control of Congress. We have a very important critical race here in New Jersey, which is Congressional District 7, and that is Tom Kean Jr.'s district. So there are, all eyes on this battleground race in New Jersey. So we're working really hard to ensure that Congressman Tom Kean Jr. is reelected and that we keep control of Congress.
Christine, the fact that Tom Kean Jr., and I knew his dad when I was there. I backed him for governor, I think twice. Great governor. Then I think it was president of Drew University, as I remember.
Yes.
Memories trying to serve me here. But his son, 3.5 month absence, nobody knew what was going on. Is that going to hurt him?
I think he came back very strong. We understand why he had to take a leave of absence. He has hit the ground running. And excuse me, I believe his dedicated service in his community, in his congressional district, and prior to that, will really carry the day. People know him as a strong public servant, serving the people, doing the right things for his community. So, he's been back now and he is campaigning hard. And I don't think so. I think that people understand that he needed the break that he took, and he disclosed the information when he came back, and he's ready to go. So we're hoping that he's going to be victorious, and we're working hard to make that happen.
Well, Christine, mental illness and depression, is real. Everybody knows that now.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think it's shameful to say, hey, I went through a tough time suffering from depression. I've gotten the help I need. I've gotten over it. And, now I'm back to work. So I think, just honesty is the best policy. People have problems. They get sick. Mental illness or mental health is real. I'm not saying mental illness, mental health is real. And so, he went through a tough time. So, hopefully the voters will forgive that absence, because he didn't do his job. He wasn't there, but he couldn't do it. Probably should have been honest about it earlier, but, it is what it is. But that's an important seat. So there's now 3 Republicans in Congress in Jersey, right? Kane, Van Drew, and Chris Smith.
Chris Smith is my district.
Been there since 1978.
And he's going strong.
How many years is that? 26 plus 22, 48 years.
He
Do you
started
know that I worked on his campaign. Was it 78? He ran in 76 and got beat. Then he ran in 78 and his logo was Star Wars, which had come out that day, was Chris Smith, and he ran against, I think it was Frank Thomas, who was Frank Thompson.
Memory.
Was chairman of the Appropriations Committee, and right in the middle of the campaign, and Chris Smith had no chance to win. He was a one-issue candidate, life. That's it. He was like 28. No chance to win. And then Thompson gets caught in this check kiting scandal or something. Right in the middle of the campaign. And Chris Smith wins. It was 1978. Big upset because of the scandal. And bless his heart, the guy's been there since 1978.
Yeah, he's my congressman. He works so hard.
He was like Old Bridge in that area, right down there somewhere.
The district has changed quite a bit since then. It is completely changed.
Where is he now?
It's a Monmouth County and Ocean County, very red district. So he's in a pretty safe district, and it's changed with redistricting over the years. But he's a hard worker. He gets the job done. He's very prolific in drafting legislation and getting it signed. He's doing a lot with Secretary Kennedy right now in terms of autism and Lyme's disease. So he is just going and working, and we're really proud of him in New Jersey. He's my congressman, and he does a great job.
He's got to be the longest serving congressman now, because if he wins again, if you go to 28, he got elected in 78, that's 50 years.
Wow.
That means that he would have been elected 25 times. How do you serve for 50 years?
I guess you love what you do. You're healthy. You love what you do.
He ran in 76. He was 25. I mean, I'll never forget this, because then he ran in 78 and he won a convention at the Edison bowling alley. A convention at a bowling alley, a Republican convention. He beat some guy with a mustache. And so he's the nominee, and then they have the scandal, and he's in for 50 years. Edison Lane's bowling alley was the scene of the convention.
So
How I remember this stuff, Christina, I have no idea.
It's amazing that you remember all that, but it just goes
Edison
to show you.
Lane's bowling alley on Route 1 is where he won. He won the nomination. Unbelievable. I was there. I voted for him. I didn't even know how I was a delegate, but there was like 200 people there at a bowling alley.
So funny, but it just goes to show you that politics is dull. You never know what you're going to wake up to in the morning. So just keep your eyes open and keep rolling with it, because there's always something happening for sure.
Well, look, win that seat for Kane. Keep fighting.
Thank you.
Hold Mickey Sherrill's feet to the fire. If you guys are doing a press conference or something, let me know. I'll cover it. Be sure I get on your New Jersey email list. I'll send an email right after it, and let's find ways to work together. Look, you almost won the Chitterelli race in 21. You guys gave what, 50,000 of that?
Yeah.
So we're
hoping to exceed those numbers this time around, and unfortunately it didn't happen.
Well, you've been around, it sounds, a while, so hopefully you get things straightened out. Christine, people want to follow you. Christine Hanlon, where do they go?
Yes, well, you could follow on social, New Jersey Republican Party, NJGOP. That's the best place to find out everything that's going on. I have my socials, Christine Hanlon. They can find me there too. So we are very accessible and easy to find.
The Garden State, New Jersey. Remember when they have the tolls on the parkway, you had to put in the quarter before Easy Pass?
Yes.
I think we'd get back. They had like 19 tolls from the beach. We'd get backed up for hours.
Yeah.
Because everybody had to go get change or put in a quarter.
Yes. I was always worried about missing the basket.
I don't know how many times I've done that. You miss the basket and then people are honking and you're like, I'm trying to find my quarter. That thing was such a disaster. Now they got Easy Pass. Thank God for that.
Yes.
New Jersey memories coming back, Christine Hamlin. Thanks for being with us.
I love it.
Down memory lane, right?
Yes. Come back and visit.
All right. I will come back and visit one day.
Yes.
My stepmother's still in Bayonne. That's where I grew up, Bayonne.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. We had no crime in Bayonne because if you committed a crime, we had plenty of cops there, right?
Yeah.
They closed the bridge. The only way out. They
Right.
closed the Bayonne Bridge. This is a true story.
Oh, yeah.
Dan, hold it. I got to tell this story. I lived in Bayonne, and the cops were all over the place, right? It was very conservative back then. And so if there was a bad crime, the cops and the mayor would immediately close the bridge. And there was no way out. There was no boats. There was no ferries. You had to go over the Bayonne Bridge. And so they would just shut it down until they found the guy they were looking for. You couldn't get out. Like Escape from Bayonne, you couldn't leave.
So funny.
Christine, thanks for being with us.
Thank
Dan
you.
Oxner's next, Joe Rubin, all coming up right here on the John Fredericks Media Network.
Pushes for the SAVE Act.
What they should do, very simple. A lot of you don't know about filibuster. They should terminate the filibuster and approve everything. Because the Democrats are going to do it. The Democrats are going to terminate the filibuster as soon as they have a chance.
The White House says election integrity remains a top priority for the administration. Willie Nelson, Washington.
Tropical storm Bertha turning toward Texas early today after making landfall over Louisiana on Wednesday, then heading offshore again. It continued to bring rain to a large swath of the northern Gulf Coast. Bertha moving westward and is expected to make landfall along the northwestern Gulf Coast later today, bringing rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches. More of these stories from townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
Lawyers promising a strong battle, but a June 1st, 2027 trial date for Nicolas Maduro and his wife in New York that on U.S. drug trafficking charges has been set. We'll hear more from correspondent Julie Walker from Manhattan.
The Maduros were in court as the federal judge made that decision Wednesday. Their lawyers continuing to object to the U.S. government going into Venezuela and snatching them from power. Protesters were also outside court with the same complaint. President Trump repeatedly defends the raid, calling Maduro a narco-terrorist. Meanwhile, Maduro did not speak during the 15-minute hearing. Both have pled not guilty. They face potential life prison sentences if a jury agrees that they were part of a conspiracy to send cocaine into the U.S. Julie Walker, New York.
News and analysis at townhall.com. Two private companies have launched a mission to extend the life of some old satellites.
Go Falcon, go MRV, and go MEP.
That's SpaceX rockets taking Northrop Grumman's two-armed space robot into orbit from Cape Canaveral on a private salvage operation to slap life-extending jetpacks on aging communication satellites running low on fuel. Northrop Grumman's mission robotic vehicle, dubbed MRV, and its jetpacks will spend the next year angling into the proper orbit more than 22,000 miles above Earth. I'm Ben Thomas.
The European Union fining Google $1 billion for breaking digital antitrust regulation. The tech giant is accused of using Google Play in its search engine to steer consumers toward its own services, harming competitors. The move is part of Brussels' ongoing efforts to regulate big tech. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Hey folks, Al Green here for Sat Phone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need Sat Phone. Sat phones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your Sat phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code GODZILLA at TakeLean.com. Code GODZILLA at TakeLean.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
You're back on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. Great to have you with us. Joe Rubin coming up. We got Dan Oxter in the house right now. I tell you what, guys, if you're thinking about, you know what, I got to lose a few pounds. And I don't mean 2 pounds. I don't mean like Joe Rubin, like needs to lose 2 pounds, because he's going to a wedding. No, you want to lose some serious weight, 10 to 20. I got the thing for you. I just started taking it. It's called Lean. Take 3 of these a day, capsules. I don't do shots. I don't do GLP. Never going to do it. Don't like it. Yeah, you just heard from our caller, John, in Monmouth County. He lost 15 pounds on it after 2 months, month and a half. I just started it, but I need to lose another 20, 25. So I just started Lean. I take these 3 tablets a day, full glass of water at breakfast. And so far, so good. No after effects, no blood sugar spiking. I would never take those GLP injections because I don't really know what they do. They go into your body, your blood sugar spikes. No. Plus, they're not enduring. You get off it, your weight comes back on, bad news. But Lean, I think, is the way to go. And you're going to go on this journey with me. Now, you can get these right now. All you got to do is go to takelean.com, promo code Godzilla. It's going to give you 20% off. Increases your metabolism, burns fat, suppresses your appetite, all natural. I like natural stuff. I don't like synthetic injections going into my body. Been there, done that with the COVID shot. Now I'm done with that. Takelean.com, promo code Godzilla. 20% off. Check this out, guys. And so far, so good. You go on the journey with me. Maybe we'll get Dan on it. Not that Dan needs to lose any weight. I know Joel doesn't need to lose any weight. Hey, let's bring in Joel Rubin, and let's bring in the Oxman, Dan Oxner. Dan and I are going to be at the Dallas convention. Dan, Ann and I booked our hotel, so we're fired up.
Right.
We're staying at the same place. We're ready to go. Don't know what it's going to be. Not much information. But Joel, we got Dan Oxner here. Joel Rubin, thanks for being here.
Guys.
If you don't know Joel, he's got his own podcast on Substack called The Briefing. Joe Rubin ran for Congress as a Democrat in Maryland. I actually backed the guy because he's like sane. He's a moderate. He knows what's going on, and didn't win that. Now he's like on the house with the party. But I got to play the Joe Rubin clip that we've got. We're going to start there. Of course, everybody knows Ox. So, Dan, let's get to 35. Here's Joe Rubin saying that he's disappointed that Bernie Sanders, for continuing to promote candidates trafficking anti-Semitic tropes. Here's Joe Rubin, a clip of himself. This is pretty neat, right? A clip of himself from yesterday. Roll it, Danny.
To your point, the number of anti-Semitic incidents in this country continues to surge. I mean, this is the reality of the situation. That number has grown from 2,600 in 2013 to almost 25,000 these days. That's almost a 850% increase. I mean, this can't go on, Joel.
It can't. It's horrible. Look, as an American Jewish person who my family got here in 1905, and so we've got 5 generations of Americans in my family. I talked to my parents, cousins, you name it, just on a personal level. Everybody is nervous, and we never have experienced this before. And we need our leaders to tamp it down, not inflame it. And so what Zohran Mamdani is doing, what Bernie Sanders, and this is why I spoke out, I worked on his presidential campaign in 2020, and I am very disappointed, if not dismayed, by his willingness to not just support, but actually promote and create candidates who are trafficking in anti-Semitic tropes and trying to push them into the Democratic Party in our primary process, be it Graham Plattner, be it Said in Michigan, be it Daria Lisa, who Zohran Mamdani supported in New York, who doesn't recognize the state of Israel's right to exist. These are people who should be out, not in. And right now they're getting pushed into our system, and it's very dangerous for the American Jewish community to have to deal with this kind of hate speech on a daily basis.
Wow. Dan Oxner, Rubin under fire in his own party. Joe, I thought that was a great segment. That's why I wanted to play it today. Very articulate, very succinct. And, we've had these discussions before about you and your family. We're friends for a long time. I never thought I'd see this. Dan, you want to weigh in here, Ox?
I continually am amazed at how you have to figure out every single issue. Like, do you like cheeseburgers? Like, now the world has to figure out, okay, Democrats' position, whatever they are, then Republicans have to oppose it, or the other way around. Now, Jewish people, so to be a Democrat now, you have to be anti-Jewish. These political divides just are amazing. Ask the average person, and Joel, I grew up in a town, like if we had one Jewish person in the town, I didn't know them. It was a non-factor. It never occurred to any of us that Jews were any different than anybody else. So it wasn't until I moved to the big city, and now certainly, 60 years later, where did I miss this whole thing? Where's the education to be anti-Jew? Like, what does that have to do with anything? And especially, what does it have to do with being a Democrat now as part of your identity? So, Joel, I'm proceeding from an upbringing where I didn't understand what this is, and I guess I still don't. So I don't get what these people went through as children. Were they like with a puppy, right? I mean, was some Jewish person mean to them when they were born or when they were kids or something, and now they just carry that with them their whole life? If you can explain to me, Joel, what is it about the Democrat Party philosophy that would be against the Jewish faith?
Well, Dan, first of all, you look good for 60. I like that. First of all, really appreciate having this discussion with you all, with you, John, who gets it in, as we say with the Yiddish word, gets it in his kishkas, in his innards. The unethical, anti-American, hateful dynamic that American Jews are facing right now. And in the Democratic Party, I got to preface it by saying that American Jews, we've been proud Democrats for decades upon decades. And when you look at one of the core constituencies in the party, you got to point at a couple, and American Jews are at the top. In terms of elected officials, like 95% of our elected officials are Democratic. We have several dozen in Congress, donors, activists, you name it, across the board. And so that, to me, is the foundation of this. And I think what's happening right now in the party is that we have a set being pushed in. That's what I was referring to in the hit, coming from the DSA, from the hard left, that is grounded in the idea that Jews should not have a place in American politics unless they oppose the state of Israel and have no Jewish pride, which essentially means neutering a Jewish person to make them passable. It's disgusting. It's anti-democratic, with the democratic meaning for all of our democracies, not just Democratic Party. It is something new, and it is something that not enough leaders in my party are talking about, leading to essentially a quick slippery slope. I'll close with this. You see a lot of leaders, a lot of members of Congress who would like to say the right thing, who are afraid to say the right thing because the leadership's not there. And so it takes people, quite frankly, like me, who've worked in these spaces, to start shouting about it and trying to make an argument, not just to scream. I'm not a screamer, as John knows. There's a lot of screaming out there right now. I want to make a cogent argument as to why this is so degrading for us as a society, for the American Jewish community, and for the Democratic Party. I am going to go 1 minute longer. I got to say this, and John, you'll appreciate this as well. No political movement survives and does well when it kicks out the Jews. This is an historic thing, right? Look at Labour in England. It kicked out the Jews. It basically said that Israel is a vile state, and it was steeped in anti-Semitism. Jeremy Corbyn was tossed out. It had a meltdown. Historically, Jews, when we have been excommunicated from countries, from Spain, from England, around the world, those countries are sick. When anti-Semitism takes over the politics in Germany before World War II, it leads to a massive war that kills tens of millions of people, including a Holocaust. There's a sickness in the movement when it decides it's going to target and harass and excommunicate Jews. And that, to me, is a very important point to point out as well. And we can't let that happen, not in the United States, and certainly not in my political party.
So where's the Democratic Party going with this, Joel and Dan?
I'll just tell you, it's a fight. It's a real fight on the inside. Every day, I'm talking to folks across the board, having members of Congress reach out to me, quite frankly, about this, Jewish community leaders, friends and activists, people who have worked in the system, and it's a real battle. It's a real battle. It's being waged right now. The DSA folks have made Israel their central issue, even though the war has ended, and President Trump, to give him credit, stopped that war, ended it in Gaza, and the rebuild has not gone well. I have to say that, but that does not mean that the war is underway. And so there's a conflict that has to be resolved in the Middle East. But over here, it's like disconnected from that, and it's now basically targeting anyone who supports the state of Israel. Is now the highest messaging point for a significant chunk of the Democratic primary races that we see, where the hard left DSA candidates are in. And so it's a real political battle right now.
Yeah, it's Israel or us, right? It's Israel or your membership card, please. Right? Wow.
Which, by the way, I'm an American Jew. As I mentioned there, my grandfather served in World War II. My dad was in the reserve during Vietnam. I served in my government. I was a Peace Corps volunteer. It's really offensive that people make the argument that somehow you're an illicit activist for a hostile foreign power. By the way, I'm fifth generation, and I don't want to get into who the people are that are making these arguments, but they haven't been in this country as long as my family has.
Wow, what a story! And coming from the Peace Corps, that's amazing. I'm not sure I've ever talked to anybody who was in the Peace Corps. I missed that at my career fair entirely. So good for you.
And you know what? I'm sorry. I'm just going to say this one thing because you said something so wonderful. When I was a Peace Corps volunteer, I was in a rural village, a Catholic village in Central America, and I was the only Jewish person that they'd ever met. And you know what they did to me? They embraced me. They brought me to Sunday services. I would talk about what Passover was and during the Easter period, and we would exchange ideas. They let me. I walked around. Not they let. I mean, I walked around freely with the Star of David necklace, and I'm still in close touch with that village. I know what it's like to go out into the real world, and that's also what pains me. Is I see progressive, self-described progressive activists acting incredibly opposite what people in a poor rural village in the heart of Central America were like and how they treated me. And so I don't even buy it when the activists say they're trying to make a better world, because they're doing the opposite of what people in the real world want to see done.
It's amazing to think that you're accepted into a Catholic rural village of which you're totally a stranger in Central America, but not welcome in the Democrat Party right now in the United States. Every time I see one of these signs, right, and I don't know if you have them everywhere, but all are welcome here. Right? It's a big thing in Minnesota, right? All are welcome here. Yeah, except for apparently Republicans and Jewish people, unless you hate Israel.
Yeah.
Man. Truth bomb right there. It's really
bothering me. You got to put
a
sign in your yard that says all are welcome here. You know that the opposite is true.
And I am gonna just continue with one more bit of this, which is I was in Israel several weeks ago at a national security conference called the Herzliya Conference outside of Tel Aviv, where senior leadership across Israel's military defense establishment spoke. Leaders from the far right, from the far left, political candidates all spoke. It was a fascinating thing. And when I got off the plane at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, I walked through the gates. You know what I saw? Everything. I saw Arabs covered in headdress. I saw Jewish Israelis. I saw secular-looking Israelis, religious Israelis, black people from Ethiopia. You name it. Totally diverse, interesting, dynamic society. Exactly the model that the people about whom we're speaking, the progressive community, claims to want it for the world. I got on the train. I went to the conference. I sat next to a guy. He said, welcome home. He's Jewish. You're Jewish. That's great. I was talking to some Arabs in the street outside of Tel Aviv. And it's a complicated political dynamic there where they have a lot of fighting. Netanyahu is not loved by a large chunk of the Israeli public. They have a campaign and an election coming up in late October. That's a democracy. And it really pains me to see the kind of hate coming at that country, treating as if it's some kind of white colonist, genocidal empire, which is what the argument is. It's, if anything but, it's the exact opposite. The genocidal groups are like Hamas, who basically jumped over a fence in Gaza and tried to massacre as many civilians as they could, and has a doctrine of eliminating Jews from the Middle East. So, a little bit of reality also helps. And unfortunately, the suspension of reality right now is happening inside my party on the Israel issue.
I don't know how you guys get out of this. One of the greatest trips I ever made was to Israel when we went to the Old City in Jerusalem and got to touch and pray on the tomb that our Savior was laid on in the Catholic enclave there, which is an enormous structure for Catholics. So there's a lot of Catholics there as well, like Ann and I and our family is. So, but Dan, you look at this, Dan and Joe Rubin with us, Dan Oxner from the Ox Show, and of course Joe Rubin. Joe, you look at it's New Hampshire, new poll out, AOC, anti-Semite, hates Jews, right? Pro-Palestinian, from the river to the sea, leading the New Hampshire Democratic presidential primary. Joe, it's not even close. She's up by like 15 points. I mean, where you guys go? Like, how do you get out of this?
Well, first of all, I want to say AOC is a very complex, interesting character in this because she actually condemned the terror attacks on October 7th and supported Iron Dome defense, missile defense systems for Israel, and the DSA kicked her out, right? And so I just want to put that out there to think about how craziness the crazy is. But now she's supporting Abdul Sayed and in Michigan, who essentially is he's the candidate in Michigan who basically justified an attempted terror attack against a synagogue in Michigan with hundreds of school children and said, well, the guy who was doing it, his cousin in Lebanon got killed, as if that matters. I'm going to say this very bluntly. You know what happened after October 7th here? You know what the American Jewish community did? We did not, I have to say, go rampaging at mosques. We did not justify hating Muslims because of that attack. We mourned. And then we tried to figure out what was going on because all of our allies who we worked with for years turned their back on us. So that's where we were. So now to your question, John, I think it is a real battle. If AOC becomes the nominee, it's going to be a really, really hard campaign. It's going to be very hard to explain to the American people why a 35-year-old with no bills passed in Congress should become the Democratic nominee. And, I like my candidates to have a little bit of flesh, a little bit of meat on the bones when it comes to having demonstrated they can do things. Like I'll put a Josh Shapiro out there. He's a governor who has 60% approval in a swing state. That means a lot of Republicans like him. He has done things like dealt with crises on the I-95 corridor. And he manages well. I want to see someone who can run the country, right? And so I really worry that we're now caught up in a fantasy land of messaging as being the only validator for our candidates, and that is unacceptable.
So would you pull a Bill Maher, who's Jew, who said if it's AOC and Vance, I'm voting for Vance? Would you do that?
I'm not gonna commit in that direction yet. I will tell you, my phone, it seems like every other day someone says, why are you still in that party? And I say, because first of all, I believe the United States to be a strong functioning democracy, we do need two functioning parties. We actually need to have a competition of ideas. We have to have two broad parties. We're not a parliamentary system. If we were a parliamentary system, the DSA would be another party and they get about 2% of the votes. What they're doing right now is trying to take over the Democratic Party because they can't win on their own.
So
and that's pernicious.
Stay in the party, try to change it. And when you can't, in 28, then you lead Jews for Rubio or Jews for Vance. I mean, you just lead that. Doesn't mean you have to change parties. Like Fetterman, they talk about changing parties. He's not going to change. He votes for the Democrats 85% of the time, and he'd never get nominated as a Republican in Pennsylvania. He'd have no chance. He's going to run as an independent and split the vote, and Republicans win. Dan, just weigh in here, Dan. This thing is crazy. AOC's ahead in New Hampshire. It's not even close. She's going to be the Democrat nominee. I've been saying it for 18 months. Shapiro's not going to beat her. Nobody's going to beat her. But Joe nailed it. It's not about substance now. It's just about messaging. Like, you have the right narrative, you win, Dan. What do you make of this, Oxford?
Just kind of on a larger observation point, and I've been kind of, focusing on this more and more moving forward. The Democrats don't have a leader. They just don't. We've got Donald Trump, right? And that's kind of bad in a way, because then that's a one focal point for Republicans. If you don't like Donald Trump, then you can just, use that as a blanket statement for Republicans. The Democrats don't have that. So in a way, that's been good for them, because they can be whoever they want to be, because you don't have to adhere to this one leader and then try to, have to answer for that leader the whole time. But the downside of that is nature abhors a vacuum. So now you have a vacuum for leadership. Like you said, Joel, we want a leader. There needs to be a leader. And that opens up the door for someone crazy like AOC. This is a weird thing, and I don't mean to sound like terrible, but it never occurred to me that AOC was like good looking and a good looking chick until I saw her campaigning with Mad Manny on the floats up and down the streets of New York. I'm like, oh, so she's got kind of that appeal going on too, which is kind of a double whammy. And I think that's going to go a long way. So for the superficial voters, like, what if Republicans all of a sudden catch on that, wow, she's cute and she's fun to listen to. Let's vote for her. But there's no way, I hate to make a political prediction because my predictions are always wrong, but there's no way she becomes the president of the United States. And Democrats better come up with
she is going to be the nominee, Dan. She's going to be the nominee. I've been saying it for 18 months.
Good news. I just jinxed it probably by saying that.
She is going to be the nominee.
She's going to be the
There's
president.
no doubt about it. And she's got charisma. Now, she can't string two sentences together, but that doesn't matter. Either could Kamala Harris. But, Joel, let's end on a good note. You're in Maryland.
Yes.
Joel, go Terps. You're the turtle. I love turtles. You're the turtle, Joel. We're going to have we're going to win actually a couple Big Ten games, honestly.
Hey,
and Big Ten games.
And John, I gotta say, man, you don't need to lose any weight. I definitely see you go for it, but man, you look good. Don't worry about that.
I'm
losing
68,
weight.
man. I gotta get out to these Maryland games. And what I love, the only thing I love that your governor did, Wes Moore, is he's fast-tracked the mark to go from the College Park Metro into the College Park campus, right? All the crazies were trying to stop it. And Moore said, no, I've had enough. Just fast-track it. Get in before football. So we got football season tickets. We go to the Metro. Then we go on the mark. We're right in front of the stadium.
I'm going to embarrass my Maryland self and just say I got to go to Pittsburgh and watch my Steelers win a couple of games again this year.
The Steelers. The Steelers are going to have the best season they've had. They're going to win.
This is our chance.
11 games. Rodgers is coming back. I love McCarthy.
He's great.
I love what you guys have put together. I think the Steelers are going to win the division. I think they're going to beat those dirty rat birds.
Yes.
And, I hate the rat birds.
People in Maryland don't like when I say that, but I can't help it. When you're born in Pittsburgh, you bleed black and gold. It's just
so you make up for hating the rat birds by rooting for the Terps. Right? It balances it off.
Good. Maryland is good, but I have a daughter going to UMass, so I'm not sure I'm going to be in deep trouble if I have too much loyalty to my home state university. But
does UMass have a football team? Oh, the Minutemen.
The Minutemen.
I think they play intramural football.
They have basketball. They do have basketball. And by the way, Governor Moore, I got to tell you, I do love Governor Moore. I think he's great. He's one of these people who should be elevated. He is a consensus builder. He's a veteran. We need, we've got talent in the party, but even Governor Moore, I think, for the DSA folks would be verboten.
Out. He doesn't have a shot. He's too sane, but he is getting the mark extended into College Park. So yay! Thanks for doing that. Ox, I got to go. You want to follow Oxner? Hot Talk with the Ox. You can follow him there. And Joe Rubin Substack. It's free. I think is it free?
It is.
It's free. Say I love free.
The briefing book.
Your Bernie Sanders is coming out. We got to go. Congressman Jimmy Patronis, Panhandle, Florida, chomping at the bit is next. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, John.
lodge more than 95% of the people my age. I had an
Thank you, guys.
angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Ponder this. Most people want to have a good day every day. In order to do this, we must start our day with gratitude and keep an attitude of gratitude throughout the day. I offer you my recipe for having a great day and a joyful life. First, start each day being grateful that the Lord has given you another day to serve Him. Roll yourself out of bed, get on your knees, and say a morning prayer of thanksgiving. Ask the Lord to help you throughout the day to do whatever His will is for you. Next, thank God for the little things that make your day better. I thank Him immensely for my morning coffee and for my legs that allow me to take a morning walk. I pray for those who cannot walk because of age, injury, or disability. Throughout the rest of the day, I am grateful for the people God has placed in my life. I thank Him for those who love me, and I pray especially for those who do not love me. Find ways in your day to thank God continually and offer prayers for all those the good Lord has placed in your daily path. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Mike, at any point in your coaching career, did you ever have an interest or express an interest in being a head coach in the college game? And do you have any idea how that may or may not have led to folks like Ryan and Doug Whaley and Carson Palmer connecting you to some college jobs?
Hey, guys, I don't have time for that speculation. I mean, that's a joke to me. I got one of the best jobs in all of professional sport. Why would I have any interest in coaching college football? That'll be the last time that I address it. And not only today, but moving forward. Never say never, but never. Okay? Anybody else got any questions about any college jobs? There's not a booster with a big enough blank check.
Anyone else? All right.
Thank you. Anybody asking Sean Payton about that? You know, anybody asking Andy Reid about stuff like that?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, you got him. Great to have you here. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Joining me now, Congressman Jimmy Petronis, Panhandle, Florida, Republican. Jimmy, great to have you with us. House District 1, Florida. Well, you guys did it again. I don't know how Johnson does this. Thune can't do it. He's got a bigger majority. You guys do it again. You pass another huge bill, the NDAA, the National Defense Bill. That's going to the Senate. You got a 2-vote win on that. It was touch and go. How'd you guys get this over the finish line again? Jimmy, we're not getting your audio, Jimmy. There you go.
There we go. One thing I would never do is I would never play poker with Mike Johnson. But I think he also hates gambling, but he is so good at his job. But he works the members. And when you've got a small majority like we've got, it takes a lot of time and patience. And look, there's just a different temperament in the Senate, and unfortunately, there's just more senators that have Trump derangement syndrome than John Thune can effectively manage.
So tell me about the bill that you passed, what you liked about it, why you voted for Jimmy Petronis.
Sure. So the NDAA that we passed, probably the biggest thing that hits home with me, I've got 26,000 active duty military in my district. I've got 100,000 veterans. So very veteran friendly district. But, there's a 5 to 7% pay raise for every vet in that bill. That makes a big difference, especially as people are still trying to recover from the Biden inflationary mess that we inherited. So again, all those mean a whole lot to Northwest Florida just because the military is Northwest Florida's economy.
So Jimmy, when you look at this bill, now it goes to the Senate. You got all the Democrats are voting no. They don't want to fund the war, etc. What have you heard in the hallways? What have you heard in the tunnel? Is this thing going to get through the Senate in a timely fashion?
Well, so you've got some tough races, whether it be the Susan Collins race with the crazy that she was running against, who she's not running against now. So, but Susan Collins, you got those members that have races this year, and she's critical in whatever we're going to do with a future NDA. You have the issues that have developed from the unfortunately untimely passing of Lindsey Graham. I was hoping that Senator Graham's passing would be one of those watershed moments. Sometimes you need a reset button when there's impasse to policy, but it doesn't seem like even Lindsey's loss is able to get the Senate recalibrated to doing the people's business. So again, I do think that will take a little bit of time. And now the speaker, instead of working with us, he's going to have to work on John Thune and help, Leader Thune get to the right place in order to fund our vets and fund our military.
Isn't Leader Thune an oxymoron?
I can't say that.
I can say it.
You can. But here's the deal, John. I got to tell you, every time I do your show, you've got me smiling the whole time, and I've got to be focused on being serious for the part. But look, I'll give Leader Thune this. I met with a guy, a couple dozen times over my year and a half of being up here. Genuinely a good human being, knows me by name, makes me feel appreciated. But he's got some challenging personalities over there, and the politics of South Dakota don't always mix with everywhere else in the country. I think he's just got some pretty big problems to have to manage.
Well, he's going to get blown out in 28. Kristi Noem is going to run against him. Corey Lewandowski is going to run her campaign. She's going to get over 60% of the vote. So he can enjoy his time there with his, 5-window office and his, yes, senator, no senator. Would you like a hot cup of coffee or a cold soft drink, senator? Here's your big staff, senator. Your limo's outside. He'll enjoy that for 18 months and then he's gone. Noem is going to beat him like a school drum at a football game. That's my prediction.
You're a hot mess. I think I would rather just listen to you talk than me even contribute because your commentary is priceless.
Well, thank you. And if you guys don't retain the House when it's all said and done, I think you are. I think you're going to. I'm still bullish on it. But if you don't, it's going to be because of John Thune. Because our voters are disillusioned. They're going to stay home.
That's right.
We're not getting anything done. You can't get the SAVE Act. He won't do anything. He won't fire the parliamentarian. He won't get rid of the filibuster. He won't put the SAVE Act on the floor. He won't do anything. He won't even recess so we can get 150 Trump appointees confirmed in like 2 days. He can't do that either. So we get nothing done. And that's if we lose, you're going to be pointing to John Thune. That's why his days are numbered. Okay.
Well, and it's unfortunate because he committed to recess appointments when he was campaigning for majority leader. So some of those things that out there that were originally what he agreed to do are not coming to fruition. And I'm really he's in a position where I guess to protect his leadership. Unfortunately, he is giving these Tom Tillis's and Cassidy's and these other Mitch McConnell's. He's giving them passes because they have this condition called Trump derangement syndrome.
Have you seen Mitch lately?
No, sir. No, sir. I do not have him on speed dial. I did think it was. I know the conspiracies out there that it was an AI generated photo, and just the fact that they conveniently made sure they had a newspaper in the picture to show proof of life. But I really wish there was some engagement, some dialogue, maybe a few questions, a video. I think the public would appreciate it. But we're in a situation right now where whether he was there or not, we still, with Murkowski hating Trump as much as he does, it's just a bad day in the United States Senate, and the only people that are getting screwed is the American public.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, that's right. There's actually multiple weekends at Bernie's over there, I'm afraid.
Jimmy Petronas with us, Congressman, Republican, Panhandle, Florida, District 1, one of the, I think the biggest, the biggest district for military, retired, and enlisted. I think first or second with Hampton Roads and Jen Kiggins. By the way, Kiggins is going to win that race.
Yeah,
I'm thinking now. Kiggins, she's a beast.
She is.
Win that race. The concern I've got in Virginia is Whitman. He's in big trouble, raising a lot of money, but I think Kiggins. Look, my prediction is this: if Kiggins wins, you're gonna keep the House. That is the one race I'd look at. That is your swing district of all time. It's 50-50. If she can win that race, I think if she wins, Whitman wins. I think if the other race I'd look at is General Scott in Pennsylvania. He's always in a tough race. If he wins that and Whitman wins, I think you guys hold the House. Because if Scott wins in Pennsylvania, Fitzpatrick will win. The guy in those other two vulnerable seats will win. So those are kind of the seats to look at, just in my judgment. But Jimmy, let's get to some other. When are you going to get this reconciliation bill with the SAVE Act over to the Senate? What's your timeline on that?
So that's been the carrot that the speaker keeps on holding us together. So we had a lot of members. We'll talk about the Stop Trading Stocks Act. We had a lot of members who were hell bent on getting this bill out to the Senate, and this was a way that the speaker was able to get everybody on the reservation to get the NDAA out of the House. So you go and you put them all in the same rule, and we're able to move these packages. So this is no different with the reconciliation bill. The members really want it because there's so many things we want to do for the people we represent that we campaigned on that are the right policies. And unfortunately, the only way we're going to get it done is with reconciliation. I know the Senate's rhetoric comes out and Susan Collins says we don't see any more, reconciliation bills happen this year. But this is where I think that the secret of Mike Johnson's success is he doesn't take any time for himself. He only pours himself into this process and members being successful. So, he's the right speaker for the time that we're in right now. Unfortunately, that timeline is still going to be a little in jeopardy because we're about to go on a recess because members have races all over the country. Primaries are starting the 4th of August, the 11th of August, and the 18th of August. So there's a lot of members that are focusing on re-election.
All right. So talk to me about the Stop Trading Stocks Act. That's a standalone bill, right?
Yes, sir. It is.
And when will that? Did you guys vote on it yet? I saw a couple press releases on it. Is that thing voted on and out, or is it still?
Yep, it's voted on and out. We probably, I think about 183 Democrats voted against it. So we picked up some D's on it. The bill now goes over to the Senate. I think there's some provisions that the Senate, remember they've got Republicans that have Trump derangement syndrome over there, and you also have some Democrats that just hate the president. So there's provisions that they want to add to the bill that would be punitive towards the executive branch and members of the cabinet. So ultimately, we'll see what version comes out of the Senate, what they're able to come, either their own version or amended onto the House version. It doesn't sound like we're going to get the same bill back.
A lot of your district is rural. Where are we on my favorite bill in the history of all bills ever in the Republic is the AM radio in every car bill. That's like my favorite bill in history. we've got like 300, yeah, like what, 330 co-sponsors out of 450. We can't get that for a vote. Are you going to attach that to something? We got 60 co-sponsors in the Senate. It's very frustrating. When are you guys going to get that into something?
So it's funny you bring that up. I'll give you some of the background that I picked up this week on it. So I'm a radio guy. I'm a co-sponsor to the bill. My radio stations were in the office last week. We were talking about it. Evidently, when it comes to EVs and electric motors have harmonic issues with AM radio. And so one of the reasons why I guess the EV manufacturers and the all just EVs in general hate AM radios because of the feedback loop that comes back through the speakers of the car. So you get the hum in the speakers of the car. So that means they have to add what we call like an interference filter in the automobile on the radio in order to eliminate that harmonic disruption. So this is the real secret to the reason why this bill's not moving. You've got more and more lithium ion battery powered cars / hybrids hitting the road, and the AMs make them unattractive. So that's the narrative that was explained to me by the industry experts in my office last week. It's unfortunate that's what we're dealing with.
So how do we get that? We've got all these co-sponsors. How do you overcome that and get this attached to another bill? Or
I mean, really, I'm not a supporter of a discharge petition way of doing business, but this is where we're at right now. There's got to be demands from the members to get that in. And I'm in a state that is very hurricane prone. Knock on wood, we've been fine so far this year, but radio is critical, absolutely critical when it comes to the recovery of communities during any type of disaster, because you may not have power. Your cell phone network's getting knocked out. But what typically always is a safe issue to be able to get what the hell's going on is a radio station. And so I'm a big proponent of keeping, radio alive and healthy in our country.
So do you want to just attach it to something?
Well, I mean, that, it's just finding the right vehicle. And look, you have germanity issues. You probably could have made the argument to attach it to the NDAA. There's a certain amount of national security, spin that you could have put on it. But yeah, we're going to have to look for probably a vehicle, not to make fun of the whole nature of the legislation, but it's important, and we can't allow the manufacturers to simply eliminate AM radios from existence.
No, because they just want to save the money. But then the other thing is, look, even if you carved out EVs, right? Like Ford and GM want to take it out of regular cars. I mean, the whole thing is nonsense from day one. They just want to take it out of regular cars because they don't want to spend the money to put them in. They don't understand it.
Right.
And they're giving money to a couple people that basically bottle up this bill. Scalise has been the problem from day one. I talked to the head of the NAB the other day. It was on my show, and he said, hey, had a long meeting with Scalise. He promised him that he would get it through, blah, blah, blah. But hopefully we'll get this done. But it's very, 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 very annoying. Jimmy Petronas with us. Got just a couple more minutes here, Jimmy. Your top priority, what is it now?
Look, my top priority is the Protect Act. I want to repeal Section 230. And for some folks, that's a sensitive issue, but I care about our kids. There is a predator that exists in the deep, dark corners of social media, and our kids are getting addicted to these devices. It's a digital fentanyl, and moms and dads are having challenges. Now you're getting AI that is growing exponentially and is becoming the parent now and helping our children develop. These are scary times. And if we don't step in, if we don't push back on big tech, social media, AI, and make sure we put safeguards in place, our kids are going to continue to be manhandled by these dark web predators.
Tell you what, I wish you the best with that, because no one really wants to focus on that. But I think you're absolutely correct. You look at the addiction that's going on, and I think it's causing mental health issues and everything else. I think you're spot on. So good luck with that. Jimmy Petronas, always great to have you with us. You speak the truth and clarity. That's what you're going to get from Jimmy Petronas. Jimmy, people want to follow you on social media. Speaking of that, where do they go?
at Jimmy Petronas on X, and my DMs are open. Please reach out to me. I love the engagement. There are crazies out there, but you know what? I tell people I signed up for the job. My whole mission is to serve the people of the great state of Florida and our United States. John, thank you for making me smile this morning. This was great.
Hey, is AOC? I'm predicting AOC is the Democrat nominee.
1,000%.
1,000%, right?
1,000%.
1,000%. She's up
1,000%.
by 15 in New Hampshire. She is going to be the Democrat nominee, and Republicans got to wake up. This is not a joke. Okay, this woman is 35 years old. She is incapable of stringing a sentence together. I don't care that she attended bar. That's her business. She has no experience doing anything. She's never passed a bill. And she's going to be the Democrat nominee for president running under the communist banner.
And depends on,
and she's going to win states, a lot of.
It depends on what part of the country she's in. Her accent changes. So I was standing with another member of Congress who happened to be a Democrat the other day. AOC enters in the room, and that Democrat I was standing with walked away. I mean, there's definitely those members of her own party that are repulsed by her because they just realize that she's an empty suit.
She's going to be their nominee. Comrade AOC.
Mark John's words.
Petronas and I are on the same page. Jimmy, we got to go. Thank you for being with us. DC Dispatch, got to set up for them. They're next. Keep it right here. All right. We got a nice break here. So we got about 8-9 minutes.
Sweet. The second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got My Pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
I like turtles.
That's my kind of man. You bet.
JFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 16.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. Yemen's Houthi rebels claim an attack on Saudi oil tankers.
The Iran-backed Houthi rebels said early Thursday they'd hit 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea, and the US military has conducted a 12th night of strikes against Iran as the two countries vie for control of vital shipping lanes. The Houthi attacks threaten to open a new front in a war that has roiled the global economy, sending prices for fuel and other goods surging across the world. With the standoff in the Gulf deepening, there are no signs of progress in diplomatic efforts to end the conflict, while US Central Command says its strikes were designed to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten civilian mariners and commercial vessels transiting regional waters. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the Trump administration is ready to help end the war in Ukraine, but acknowledges there is no quick path to a deal. Rubio has met with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, who said he emphasized Russia's readiness for a political resolution. The meeting took place during an Asian summit gathering in Manila focusing on international conflicts. The House has given the okay to a $95 billion budget proposal along party lines, but it faces uncertainty in the Senate. Correspondent Jennifer King.
The concurrent resolution is adopted.
Bullets and bombs to finish the job.
Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington framed the proposal as a push to deliver for voters ahead of the midterm elections.
Strengthen our food supply, and ultimately, we want to safeguard the integrity of our election.
Democrat Paul Tonko was among those voting against the resolution.
This budget gives this administration a blank check to continue their war of choice with Iran.
It now heads to the Senate, where it faces a more skeptical audience. Jennifer King, Washington.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
The military. The mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Oil prices on Wednesday rising. That's as a result of continued fighting in Iran. And stocks fell as well. We hear more on the day's market activities from correspondent Seth Sutel reporting from New York.
Stock indexes barely budged on Wall Street after crude oil prices climbed another 3%. The S&P 500 edged down by 0.1% Wednesday. The Dow ended little changed. The Nasdaq Composite fell 0.6%. Philip Morris International, AT&T, and other companies rallied after reporting stronger profits for the spring than analysts expected. The price of Brent crude settled just above $94 a barrel. It was trading under $72 a barrel before the war with Iran started. Treasury yields rose in the bond market. The yield on the 10-year Treasury climbed to 4.66%. Seth Sutel, New York.
News and analysis at townhall.com. Major wildfires in Europe as hot, dry weather continues across much of the continent.
Firefighters in central Spain are battling a massive wildfire in Guadalajara, which has burned around 30,000 hectares. That's around 74,000 acres. This comes less than 2 weeks after a deadly fire in southern Spain killed 13 people. Spain Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez in the Guadalajara town Tamarón. He tells local people and officials there's been 4 times more major fires so far this year compared to the previous year. More than 100,000 hectares have been scorched as a result of the fires throughout Spain. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Young protesters in India camping on the streets of New Delhi. They defied heavy security measures in the latest show of strength by a movement posing a major challenge to the government. The movement sparked by alleged leaks in competitive entrance exams for medical colleges and government jobs. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pier 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. We sometimes hear newly married couples discuss their future life as a family. Often this leads to discussions on the number of children they are planning to have. Typically, the number of children ranges from none to 2 or 3. Family life can be planned thanks to birth control and abortion. But the reality is that God has a birth control plan already established for those who love Him and trust in Him. We are called to live a life of chastity according to our state in life. If you are called to a married life, being open to life according to God's plan is a great gift and probably the greatest challenge in today's modern world. It starts by selecting a spouse who puts God and family first. Then, trust in God's birth control plan where parents are open to life and provide a sanctuary of faith for their family. Allow God, the author of life, to plan your family. I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Great to have you with us. You're live in Washington, D.C. It's time for the D.C. Dispatch. Want to welcome everybody. Phone lines open. You want to call in? We got you right here. 888-480-5646. 888-480-5646. Great to have you with us today. Couple of quick announcements. Don't forget, sign up for my newsletter. It's free. I don't inundate your inbox, but if you were getting it today, you would find out that we set a record, the John Fredericks Media Network, in June with an audience of 22 million, just under 22 million. 21.6 million tuned us in at some point or the other during the month of June. Probably the DC Dispatch is what's driving that. But almost 22 million. You know, like my wife Ann said, you know, there's only 350 million people in America, including children. And that means that 6% of the nation at some point tuned us in, which is setting a record for our network. It's hard to believe, Terry, 21.6 million verified Nielsen, and all the apps that we have. We're on so many different platforms. You add them all up, live, 22 million. It's an incredible number.
Yeah.
How
long have you been doing?
15 years.
Well,
we started it at a station in Norfolk, Virginia, AM 1650, and we got the first rating of book out after 2 months, and we had 600 listeners, and we thought we died and went to heaven, and now would be the next Rush Limbaugh, right? 600. We're like, wow, we have 600 people. We're so excited. Now we've got 21.6 million, but it's all good. It's all
now
good.
you are in heaven.
You go well.
At
you
the
guys,
right hand or the left hand of God.
Because
Jesus is at the right hand of God.
Well, we just got to keep fighting. Certainly, God's at hand in this. There's no doubt.
Good
about
for
it.
you.
You know, from homeless in a Saturn with no air conditioning to where we are today has been quite the ride through the hand of God. Just leave that off, Ryan. We don't need that. It makes too much noise. Anyway, we're here with the DC Dispatch. Anyway, sign up for our newsletter. You can find out everything that's going on. All you have to do, it's so easy, is go to johnfredericksradio.com, johnfredericksradio.com, and you're going to be good to go right there. And it's free, and we don't inundate your inbox. DC Dispatch joining us now.
Live from the studio.
Very good. Very, very good, Dan. Good little Dan intro there. My right to left down the line. Let me get everybody set up here. Maria Pickering with us. Maria, as you know, longtime GOP activist, Washington, D.C. DC GOP, ran for city council, and during COVID became the Zoom queen of all time. Terry Gilberg with us. Terry, longstanding national radio host with Salem Radio and also with the Clear Channel, her TV show she had there, and gracing us with her presence here.
Good morning.
Thank you for being with us. Christina Goodlander, the vice chair of the DC GOP. Christine is also a candidate for chairman. She's running against Patrick Mara. That'll be settled in January at a convention there amongst the Republican Committee of DC GOP. She's got my vote and 100% support for that job. And I think she's going to win. Also with us is the chair of DC America First. I love what she's done is Lindsay Rowland. Lindsay, that took great vision and courage to have an America First chapter all your own in Washington, D.C. I know you got another big one coming up. Those events at Butterworths are my favorite, and you do a super job there. So thank you. John. Also, Lindsay, a veteran of the United States Armed Services. So we thank you for your service. So the gang's all here. Let's rock and roll. I'm just going to keep it open. The first thing on the agenda is the only thing that matters is the whack jobs on the DC Council. All the communists want to raise every tax imaginable. If it walks, breathes, or you can do something with it, they want to tax it. But we have an oversight committee of Washington, D.C., led by Chairman Comer, the congressman. And in his committee, they have stripped all the power of the D.C. Council to raise your taxes. You get
Hear, hear.
zero tax increases.
Here, here.
I mean, it is unbelievable that Comer, in the middle of everything going on, said, know what? We're not going to screw the residents of Washington, D.C. Business is dying there. We got the football team coming in, like it to be the Redskins, trying to maybe get that done someday. But he passed legislation out of the committee, basically to what's the word? To strip or to neuter the council from raising any taxes. And he's got that authority, and they can scream and whine and sue anybody they want. That's the way the Constitution is written. Let's start with anybody want to jump in here. Who wants to jump in?
2318 was the vote. I mean, that's awesome.
Out of committee.
Out of committee. And now it goes to the Senate. I know we were talking outside. Lindsay, Christina doesn't seem to think that it's going to pass in the Senate. I do.
Oh, I do, 100%.
I think this is momentum.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. And as a resident of DC, I don't want another nickel of my taxes going for these broad, goofy social programs. Not one more nickel. So here, James Comer.
Why would a Republican senator, and the tie can be broke by Vance, why would a Republican senator in the middle of an election fight vote to raise taxes on the residents of D.C.?
No, we'll have all the Republicans. The question is just, will the Democrats be able to filibuster this?
No, because it's a revenue deal.
Good. I mean, then I hope it gets through the Senate, because this is a very important step. Because the fundamental principle at play here, that the people who wrote the Home Rule Act and kind of the founders of this country had a view that our nation's capital is not a place for experimental policies, and our nation's capital is not a place for irresponsible government. That's why we have these checks and balances through Congress. So this legislation is a very important way to assert that.
Absolutely. And speaking as a longtime resident, I'm all for the Congress taking away the power of additional taxation. We are taxed enough already. I think there was a movement about that. And we don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And another example, I get this in my email. Public art building communities submission deadline. This is from the DC government. They actually have a grant program to support artists and organizations in their effort to design, fabricate, and install new permanent or temporary works of public art that connect artists and their artists with communities. How about just cleaning up the streets first and cleaning up our libraries? So a topic I've discussed here before, the woeful condition in front of my neighborhood library. I finally raised the issue with our advisory neighborhood commission that met on Tuesday evening, and have followed up with an email and photographs of the trash in front of our public library. They ought to be spending money on that instead of on these, grants for artsy programs that don't really benefit anybody. Let's just keep the city clean, follow President Trump's example of cleaning up our wonderful monuments and many of our public spaces. Let's bring that into the neighborhoods, and let's, get the people who need help some shelter and some counseling, and get the trash out from in front of our public libraries and clean up our streets.
I think that's a major issue, and thank you for bringing that up, because that's what we need to do. But when you get back to the Oversight Committee and what Comer's done on this, and they reacted immediately. I mean, that's the thing. And I want to get Lindsay involved here, because you run the America First organization in DC. I mean, they jumped on this thing. Like, I was shocked by it, to be honest, that they moved so quickly when taxes haven't been passed. They simply talked about it in the council meeting, and they made some proposals, and Comer and his committee jumped on it, and they're scrapping it. And I think that sends a message. I think it is the first salvo, Lindsay, to getting rid of home rule when Janice wins. I think that's the message.
Well, absolutely.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that Christina and I were talking about this. So as you've seen, DoorDash has come out, and it's being said that they do not support home rule. And I think that that, and then DoorDash has made a statement that they do support home rule, but they don't support, but they support congressional oversight for the taxes, because who wants to be taxed, right? So I don't necessarily, so I think people are moving over. If DoorDash is moving over and saying, hey, you're not going to tax us, we're going to put our foot down. So what if that makes us look like we are not, that we want limited home rule? So what? Because this needs to be addressed. But something else I wanted to talk about. So DC government was over $100 million over budget for overtime pay in fiscal year 2025. And I want to just take a look at this for a second. So in overtime pay altogether, it was 220 million in overtime across DC agencies. And so if you take a look at this, 61% of the city's overtime spending was on the MPD, which of course, right? We defunded the police. What do we expect? These are second and third order effects. 1.18 million in overtime hours were worked. And this was across 3,700 employees. So the average police officer who worked overtime, and if I remember correctly from a conference that I went to, there's no choice. You have to work overtime. So I don't think you get to decide if you want to. So they made an average of over $35,600 on overtime. But also, I don't want to get too long-winded, but also if you look at it, so the MPD budget for overtime was 31 million. It was extended to 37 million, and then the spending gap ended up being 100 million. So the numbers do, to be fair to DC, 133 million does include non-local funding, and that is for things like presidential inaugurations and the national security operations. But DC still was over $45 million on overtime.
Yeah, but that's because we don't have enough cops.
No, exactly. And that's like what I said. Like we demonized the police officers. We didn't let them do what they needed to do. Who for a while, nobody wanted to be a police officer. Right. Why would you want to be a police officer and end up in jail some of these cases?
Now,
it's 20.
What's the pay? Like the starting pay is pretty decent, right?
And relocation bonuses and all of that. But this goes back to 2020, to this rise of radical protests in our cities, to the famous image of fire in the background with NPR saying mostly peaceful protests, defund the police are fascists, all of that. The DC Council at the time, the DC Council members were all 100% in favor of this movement of demonizing police, demonizing public safety, and putting chaos on a pedestal. And actually, the last time that Congress asserted its authority to overturn a piece of DC legislation was in 2022, and this was a bipartisan disapproval resolution of the DC Council's absolutely insane anti-police legislation that basically would have completely kneecapped our Metro Police Department. But we're still sort of feeling the aftershocks of that, because people who want to be a police officer feel that the city doesn't have their back, and feel that at any point our council, and especially our new mayor, could turn on our police officers. So it's very challenging to recruit. And I think we're down, what was it, the police union said 800 officers short?
Yeah, that was last year, end of last year.
So this is why we're spending so much money on overtime for the officers that we do have. Right. And they're also not able to perform at their optimum level. We don't have enough vehicles for them. They don't have enough equipment. They're working. Yeah, it's just a mess.
And I don't know if $25,000 would be enough money to get me to sign up to be a police officer.
Is that the bonus?
That's the bonus.
The first sign up is 10.
Yes. When do you get that? After 6 months or so?
So what I'm tracking is it's $15,000 when you enter the academy. It's $10,000 when you graduate, and then you do have to serve 2 years or you do have to repay the bonus.
Right. So
but entry level is 10,000.
Entry level for
police.
No, it's a total of 25.
No, that's after the bonus, right? Or that's the bonus.
So I'm tracking 15,000 entering the academy, 10,000
to enter, right?
When you graduate.
It's basically 25,000, and then but if you don't serve 2 years, you have to pay it back.
Right.
So your starting salary is 85,000, which
ain't bad.
And then you're getting another 25.
Right.
Yeah.
But you get the money up front, and then you just have to stay, which isn't a bad
No,
plan.
it's not a horrible deal.
What?
It's not a horrible deal.
No, it's not a horrible
for
deal.
all the things.
My son, when he's done with baseball, he wants to be a DC cop, but that's going to be by the time he gets done with that, it's going to be a while. But I mean, it's not a bad deal. It's not a bad incentive. to get police officers here. It's not great, right? But they have to change the culture because you have to want to be a cop here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right,
what I think Janine Pirro is doing is working towards that.
Right.
But when you look at this thing, I mean, the number of taxes that the DC Council and fees they want to pass is incredible. I mean, that's why Comer stepped in immediately. And then you get to the DoorDash thing. This really deserves fleshing out because DoorDash, a lot of people utilize it. We do. And basically, they want to tax them. And DoorDash comes out and says, we're now forgetting rid of home rule. This sucks. And then, of course, the DC Council and the Free DC people said, well, we're going to boycott DoorDash. We're not going to go to DoorDash. So we can have home rule taxes.
That will never work.
We're going to boycott DoorDash. And then, of course, DoorDash caves and says, oh, don't boycott us. What we really mean is you guys suck, but we're good with the oversight, which is basically the same thing. So,
and then they said boycott Uber Eats because DoorDash competes with Uber Eats.
Yeah, so now
it's all mixed up.
It's all mixed up. So now they want to do a boycott. But now, I never do Uber Eats now. Now I'm doing DoorDash just because they took a stand.
Yeah.
Right?
I want to point something out while we were on the thread of what Lindsay was bringing up. The most acute, I looked this up, is the Department of Corrections with the high leave and high overtime. 2.5 to 1 gap. Think about this. 2.5 to 1 gap between the staff needed to fill 24/7 in Department of Corrections for all of the posts and the number now employed. 2.5 to 1. Wow. And then the Office of Unified Communications last year, unavailable for work, average of 11 weeks, unavailable for work with a variety of leave status. So you've got these two departments, Office of United Communications. I'm not exactly sure what even happens there, but unavailable for work average of 11 weeks. 11 weeks out of the year, unavailable, just gone. What overtime?
Are they paid for that?
Yes, that's the whole point. 11 weeks.
This is why DC services have a total breakdown. This has been in the news lately. There are a number of restaurants that have these streeteries outside that are sort of a holdover from COVID, but a lot of restaurants like to have kind of the outdoor seating. And it's taken them more than a year to get their permits renewed. And as a result, that's interrupted their operations. So the fact that our government is kind of lazy and taking all this time off and we don't have enough people and this has real consequences.
Oh, yeah.
For local businesses, for Washington, for DC residents,
Absolutely.
and frankly, for the infrastructure that supports our nation's capital.
When I was doing when I was evaluating the mayor's campaign, one of the things that we found was the number of DC workers that work from home. The number of DC government officials that work from home. And I'm trying to say to myself, if you're working for I'm just asking a question, right? I don't have the facts, but it was a number though. The number was like 35%. I mean, it was like it was over a third of DC city workers working from home to a computer. It's like, how are you serving your residents when you live in like another state and you're logging in on a computer? Like, how does that help me clean up my rat problem or garbage or fire hose or whatever, potholes? Like, you live in like Southern Virginia somewhere and you're a remote worker on a computer. Like, you're living in like Haymarket. Like, how the hell does that help me?
That's part of the consequence of COVID. And even when we were done with COVID, Mayor Muriel Bowser was kind of begging everybody to come back in because the street areas, local business was really hurting. And she wasn't very successful with that. She was really begging people. And I thought, well, Mario, why didn't you step out earlier and say this lockdown is crazy?
Well,
Let's not lock down.
Kelly Loeffler with the SBA got everybody back by saying on a Wednesday, you have until Monday to come back to work here in the office or you're fired. That's it. Monday, show up for work. You're not working at home. We got to have a staff here. And so pick one, a lot of people said, I don't want to go back to DC. I don't want to go back to the office. I quit. She's like, fine. Now they downsize and it's more efficient than ever with a handful of people they have. And it's incredible.
Yeah. But it really hurts small business, actually, when people don't come back.
Because
I don't get the street areas. Who wants to eat in the dirt, John? Who wants to eat in the street and take up a whole lane?
Right now.
What?
Little hot.
Yeah,
But
it's stupid. The whole thing's stupid.
Well, but you make a good point, Terry, because the absence of workers downtown has seriously affected the small businesses.
No question.
The mom and pop little sandwich shops, the dry cleaners, the shoe repair people, small people who provide, small businesses who provide services to the people who work downtown. And working downtown in the different neighborhoods, you have your own communities. It's not all that terrible if the metro is running smoothly. It's a piece of cake to get from your neighborhood downtown, and then you're downtown, you're doing the work of the agency or of the office that you're affiliated with. You feel like you're contributing, you're doing good things for people, one would hope. And the small business community benefits. But this push on the part of these left-wing Democrats to tax everything, including the air you breathe, is very detrimental to business success. We've had, impacts all over town of, 18 to 20% of small businesses in some neighborhoods folded, and it takes time to replace them with other businesses that can be going concerns and that can employ people and provide a return on investment to the owners and to their investors. So it's a real challenge. And we want to support our business communities, and the city council has not really been very supportive.
All they want to do is levy taxes and fees in order to support their pet projects, and that's the problem when you have so many of these council members. Everybody's got a pet project that they want to get done in their district, and so you got to fund it. But now they're in big trouble because this thing, they're not going to be able to raise these taxes. And then you go to the one big beautiful bill, which the Congress passed that DC residents now could take advantage of locally. And the AG, what's his name? The AG here?
Brian Schwab.
Brian Schwab sued to stop that. And I think it was, what was it, $600 million? It's a pretty big amount of money. He sued. That's going nowhere. It's like he can't win the suit. So now they're screwed. They're not going to get that $600 million. And I don't know about you guys, you live here, but our accountant, because it's still in limbo, said we can't have, we filed an extension, and they're like, no, you're going to take all the deductions from the one big beautiful bill because the lawsuit is in limbo and there's no tax on the books in DC. So you can't pay a tax. It doesn't exist. So that's kind of where it's at. So they're losing that money. Then they're going to lose all this other money they're trying to tax. And then they're going to have to, then they can't go into debt, right? Legally
they can't.
They're not
so what are they going to do?
Although they do, here's the thing. So they dip into the rainy day fund. There was a report from the DC auditor last year that found that I think 30 of our district agencies overspend their budgets by tens of millions of dollars every year. So even though technically we have a balanced budget, we still have irresponsible spending practices. And also, just to zoom out a bit, DC has the highest per capita spending of any jurisdiction in the United States.
Crazy.
We are not talking about a government that is just trying to keep the lights on and is strapped for cash. We are talking about a government that already spends like a gang of drunken sailors, and they want to double down on that. With our new socialist mayor, presumably will be elected mayor, Janice Lewis-George, and with this crop of far-left council members who are probably going to be elected in November, they're going to move even farther to the left. So this is why it's so essential that Congress is stepping up and putting the brakes on the insanity.
Well, that's why James Comer has this vote of 23 to 18. I think James, I've met him only once, but I think he sees the drumbeat of Janice Lewis-George coming, and he's trying, like you just said, the first salvo, trying to cut all of this energy off at the pass.
Home rule's gone, guys.
I don't know if it's gone, John. I don't know. It will be such a fight. It will be such commotion, and they will fight so hard.
I think we should keep home rule, but have a control board. But look, Janice Lewis-George is a very smart political actor. So I listened to her hour-long hit last week on the Kojo Namdi show, which is sort of the establishment kind of radio show that's DC politicians all go on, and they had Janice on for an hour. And she's a good talker. She was trying to downplay her socialist leanings when she was asked about what it means that she is a democratic socialist and that she was endorsed by the DSA. She totally tried to dismiss it. She said, look, like nobody on the doors asked me about that. Voters don't care about that. But that's not answering the question. This is what these so-called socialists do. And remember, like, look, like the Chinese Communist Party calls itself socialist. The Soviet Union calls itself socialist. The term socialist, these are not just nice people who want Medicare for all or who want everybody to be taken care of. This is a destructive ideology. And it's also their tactic to hide who they are and to come into power with smiles, and then they bring the hammer down. Look at what happened in Nicaragua. They have a socialist government who announced just now that they will not be holding elections moving forward.
That's what they
this
do.
This is what they do, and it's very troubling.
Well, maybe she's endorsed by the DSA, but she talks out of both sides of her mouth. That's what I've witnessed. She doesn't want that to be well known, and yet that's her platform. That's what she's run on. And she knows it's popular in the blue cities, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, New York, here. And so she's pushing that forward. I don't think she realizes that the heartland is just going.
But it's not just
people
that she was
across the
endorsed by
heartland does not want this.
Yeah, they don't. But it's not just that she was endorsed by the DSA. She's trying to say that was one of many endorsements. But ever since she ran for the DC Council, she has publicly identified herself as a socialist.
Well, the bottom line is, unlike Mandami, who had to beat Cuomo, unlike the lady in L.A., who's got to beat the incumbent there, who I believe she will,
right.
Unlike the mayor of Chicago, who actually had a tough race there.
Seattle, too.
Seattle had a tough race. She has no opposition.
Shame on Republicans.
She has no opposition. Well, you can blame me for that. She has no. She has no. Well, we didn't have a candidate except me, right. and it was. I just not right now. So the problem is she has no opposition. She has nobody to hold her accountable. That's really where Comer's going with this.
He's
right?
sort of holding her accountable.
Well, he is holding her
right
accountable,
now.
and you're going to get either home rule gone or you're going to get an oversight gone. And this is the other thing. John Thune is not going to be there forever. This guy's gone at 28. Noam is going to challenge him in South Dakota. Corey Lewandowski is going to run a campaign. She's going to beat him 62-38. Guy's going to get crushed. So he's gone. Then you're going to get Rick Scott in there, and he's not going to put up with any of this. So the whole dynamic changes. Now, obviously, the Republicans have to hold the Senate in 2028, hopefully hold the House. But if all that happens, this thing's gone. I mean, and when Trump said, I'm going to meet with her and, see what she has to say, well, how do you think that meeting's going to go? This is not going to be like a Bowser meeting.
What do you think she'll say?
She's going to basically like, I'm here to fight you. I mean, her whole campaign is stop Trump, fight Trump. Yes, she will.
And she's a socialist again, which fundamentally socialism is a destructive ideology. It's the same as communism. There's the distinction is not what the socialists try to say it is. So fundamentally, Janice Lewis George is not Muriel Bowser, who, look, Muriel Bowser is a Democrat. She's an old school liberal. I don't love everything that she's done, but she's not anti-system. But Janice Lewis George is anti-system.
If she tells President Trump that she's more like Muriel Bowser, that meeting will go well. But what I think is going to happen when he does meet with her is that Trump will carry the ball. He'll carry the water. He'll ask her certain questions, and she'll play nice. I don't think it's going to be combative. I think she will play nice, but we'll see down the road how she positions herself, how she talks about her platform. It is, folks, everything that Trump is for, she is against, because she has nowhere else to go. I've made this point before. Remember, in previous shows, she has nowhere else to go other than more on the social programs. And you're high on the homelessness in front of the libraries. I'm high on this issue of paying babysitters to change diapers at the tune of the same as what a grade school teacher would make.
Well, that's
think about that.
It's just give everybody money for nothing.
$50,000-$60,000 a year to change diapers.
There must be a good diaper changer.
I missed that boat.
we have all these spending problems, just like grants
Yeah,
to
this
the
thing.
artsy community instead of doing the hard work in the business. I don't think President Trump is going to put up with it. He's made several statements recently that are very strongly anti-communist, which the country, we succeeded as a country because we are capitalists, because capitalism is the greatest way for everybody to succeed, for people to raise themselves from poverty and to be successful following whatever their personal dream or life mission is.
Right.
And communism is the exact opposite. And anyone who's lived in a communist country or traveled to places like communist Eastern Europe, Cuba, Venezuela, and now Nicaragua, where they're not going to have elections going forward. Yeah, isn't that wonderful? And they can't even pay their, talk about teachers in Nicaragua, they can't even pay their elementary school teachers. They can't even build, simple little shacks for elementary school students to go to school in. So, I mean, communist countries are just spread misery and poverty. And, we don't need that here in Washington, D.C.
Unfortunately,
They
our young
torture
people.
dissidents. They throw their political opposition in jail. They're one-party states. Name me a country that has a socialist system that also has political freedom. It does not exist. You lose your freedom of speech. You lose
young people do not know that.
But
They
this
do
is
not
what
know
they
that.
need to learn. There are no countries in this world that lack economic freedom, but that do have political freedom.
Tell
and
that
these
to young people.
liberals talk about how they want, we want freedom, free DC, we want our democracy, all of that. Name me a country that has a socialist system that has no economic freedom, but that does have political freedom. You can't, because it does not exist.
Well, and DC just doesn't, we cannot afford to find out. She's basically telling us what she's going to do. And so Comer's getting ahead of it, and he's taking care of it because, show us who you are. And then, shame on us for not taking care of it. So he's going to nip it in the butt. Home rule, we're chipping away at it slowly. And I do think that this, like you said, it was passed, or it went through the House very quickly. And, why not expedite this? Because she's got her plan ready.
I think it's Comer's best moment. I mean, I've been very critical
he's
him.
had a lot of good ones, I think.
I've been very critical of him because it's a lot of go on Fox News. I call him Don Adams, with his camera in his shoe, get smart. He's always Fox every 15 minutes, but we never get anything done. But this he got done, and he got it done quickly.
He did, yes.
And so very impressive. I think it's his best work. And the fact that it was a day.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't drag out. It was one day.
Yeah.
It was like he had the hearing and he got it through committee, 2318, boom, done. And now it's going to get, passed in the House. Johnson will get it. And then it goes to the Senate. And it's not a filibuster rule because it's a revenue deal.
Right.
So you can't filibuster it, and they're going to get 50 votes. I mean, the typical
I think it's
suspects.
gonna pass.
Suspects will vote no.
And
right?
that period of
Murkowski,
time,
whatever.
folks, is 60 days, not 30 days
60.
to get it all done.
Yeah.
60 days through Congress.
Yeah.
So we got to cross our fingers, maybe bite our nails. I'm with you. I think it's going to pass in the Senate.
I do too.
I think this is a no-brainer for the Senate, frankly. So I don't think there'll be a fight. Hip, hip, hooray.
I mean, who wants
Indeed.
who wants to be on the record voting for an enormous increase in taxes right before an election?
Oh.
Like, who the hell wants to do that?
Well, nobody. And, you said she doesn't have any opposition. Well, the scuttlebutt is that about a dozen or more candidates for mayor have taken out their papers in the last month or so. Now, we don't know who they are. We don't know how much momentum they have or how much money they have. So I think there will be some opposition, and I hope there will be some strong candidates with opposing views. But the problem, as Christina's pointed out, is that a lot of young people are ignorant of history, and they are ignorant of our country's history. They're ignorant of world history, which is why they fall hook, line, and sinker for this promise. Oh, communism, free stuff, equality, nonsense. That's a pack of lies. And the fault is to be laid at the feet of our schools and also our public institutions like the Smithsonian that have not been telling the American story correctly.
Well, now this is another topic to
Yeah.
bring up. And we'll start with Goodlander here. This whole Smithsonian mess where they've been trying to, I guess, revise history the United States to present a anti. I mean, you go to the Smithsonian, you think about this, right? You go to DC, the first thing you want to do is you want to see the White House, then you want to go to the Smithsonian.
Right.
And so they've spent all this time behind the scenes changing what you see to position America in the worst possible light. A country that you should really detest is what they've done there. And Trump wants to change it. It's just the indoctrination is incredible. And these people have been allowed to do this. Then they get called on the carpet. Then the entire liberals and the media say, oh, Trump is trying to change things. Well, because you don't go to the Smithsonian, you want to find out the beauty of and rich history of the country, not to see it trashed as basically, built on slaves. As all the founders finally were slave owners. They all suck. They stole it from the indigenous people. And basically, you should be ashamed of your nation. That's what they've done there.
They have, and this is a symptom of the intellectual left, the academic left, the campus left, whatever we want to call it. It's like you go to the theater in DC and you just want to go and see a play, and it all begins with this stupid land acknowledgement about how we acknowledge that we are on the unceded homeland of the Pamunkey people. I mean, come on, this is the United States of America. And also, from whom did the Pamunkey conquer the land? This is the history of the world. Like, their conquest happens in the world. And what we've built, but the fundamental fact is what we've built in this country is something incredible. This country is like nothing the world has ever seen before, because it's a country founded on the principle that we're all equal and that we can all build something. This is a place to build a home. It's a place to follow our dreams. This country is incredible. So it breaks my heart when I see this country being trashed. But the point is, it's become a bit satirical. So one of my favorite congressmen right now is Congressman Brendan Gill from Texas, who loves to hold these people's feet to the fire. So he had a hearing the other day where he has the director of the Smithsonian who's answering his questions, and he says, director, whatever her name is it important to be polite? And she says, well, yes, sir. And then he reads this whole thing that the Smithsonian put out about how politeness is a symptom of white supremacy and how it's evil. I mean, it's just what these people in the academic and the campus left have done is it's not normal. It's not sane. So I think it's good that this is being called out.
Trump has this executive order restoring truth and sanity to American history, and I love that. Restoring truth and sanity. But so I watched this hearing. I love a good hearing. I'm a big fan of Nancy Mace because I love the drama behind it. Brandon Gill did do a good job. He's one of my favorites. He was a speaker at one of our America First couple events. But so Nancy Mace went, and she said that there are a lot of LGBTQ exhibits. One of them reminded her a lot of BDSM. So there is some debate, and the director, she said that there are some exhibits that should not be seen by children, but yet, so they put a sign on them and they kind of warn you not to show, but it's a family museum, right? We're talking about the people that come through there. So you can't say, oh, don't take a look at this. So it needs to be family friendly. And under this executive direction, if the museum doesn't make a change and they continue to do what they're doing, Trump's going to start cutting money. So they need to decide what exhibits they're taking down. And overall, they need to address this right now. And it's good that it's happening because we do have two more museums. We have the American Women's History Museum and the American Latino Museum, both being built in the next couple years, pending locations. They will be on the mall, but Congress is still looking at locations. But these are going to be a great opportunity to exploit these museums. We have the Women's and the American Latino. So this definitely needs to be fixed now before we continue to carry this through to our, our history here and our legacy with these museums.
I wanted to point out something for our viewers. I made a list at everything that the National Museum of American History's head, and even Lonnie Birch, who is the director of all 21 museums. And it kind of goes like this in so many words. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but woke, DEI, LGBTQ, politically correct, social justice is in there, transgender activism is in there, trans history is in there. How long has that been? Trans history.
Like a day?
Sexual orientation, you got to get that in there. Let's restore history. So it's restorative history, that adjective. Mickey Mouse linked to racism. Think about that. illegal aliens,
Mickey
sexualizing
Mouse.
children, which is what Nancy Mace was talking about.
Mickey Mouse is
Mickey
racist.
Mouse associated with racism, focusing on anti-American grievances at the point of not focusing on our triumphs and our successes. Critical race theory, got to get that in. The oppressors over the oppressed, Marxism, as you were talking about. And finally, something called the toolkit that defined objectivity as a feature of white supremacy. I don't even know what the hell that means, John. What does that mean? I get everything
I'm
else.
stuck on Mickey Mouse as a racist.
Let me clarify Mickey Mouse.
Okay.
I'm just stuck on
The
that.
Mickey Mouse thing's been around for a long time.
Yeah. That's
the
Disney.
Mickey Mouse thing's been around.
It is blackface, and then it is racial stereotypes. And Disney does
It's a friggin' mouse.
Disney does put a disclaimer in the movies from the past that do have these things in them. So they
Is Minnie Mouse racist too?
I'm not sure.
She's married to
I'm not
Mickey.
sure if the matriarchy
But you
is.
can't call Minnie Mouse she. You have to ask Minnie Mouse what Minnie Mouse's
What she
pronouns
ident-
are.
Is it? What does she identify? My
Men
cat
are
Sammy
women, women are
identifies.
men, and
My
people
cat
are
Sammy
pronouns.
identifies her as lunch. Basically, that's his ID. Lunch.
Sammy took out several rats.
Yeah.
2 rats, baby.
Sammy's part of the solution. I'm on team
He's
Sammy.
what is? I'm telling you, but now he's
Don't
getting.
take out Mickey.
Well, now
Look,
that-
at the end of the day,
bonkers.
though, I do just want to say to all of our listeners and our viewers, when you come to DC, still go to the Smithsonian because
Absolutely.
it's an incredible resource that we have. The National Gallery of Art's absolutely beautiful. The Natural History Museum's great. It's all free. You can, you're smart enough to ignore the woke nonsense, and hopefully we'll get it changed. I would still encourage everybody to go to the
Aaron
Smithsonian when
Space
you're in
is
DC.
amazing.
Aaron Space is great.
We have wonderful museums,
We do.
and thank you for this list. Well, this started actually during the Obama administration, and I'm saying this as a mother who used to abuse my child by dragging her to a museum every week,
Such
whether she
abuse.
wanted to go or
Such
not.
abuse.
We would go to a museum right after church, and we didn't spend a lot of time there, but we went to see special exhibits. We went to see the regular exhibits, and even back then, and my daughter is pushing 40 now, so this gives you some perspective here. Okay, even back then, the Smithsonian was not doing what I considered a good job of telling the great story of America's accomplishments and
I agree.
America's
I don't think
history.
they've ever done that.
And it's so this goes back a long way. It's gone downhill with all this, with all this other nonsense since the Obama administration. And we're not just talking about the Smithsonian. Again, I used to when we took road trips, dragged my poor daughter to any museum that was, it was all fair game. Come here, darling, let's look at this. Why do we have to? Because we're seeing wonderful things. Okay. And even a lot of the private museums up and down the East Coast also have fallen victim to this woke ideology where they're erasing the history of Christianity. They're just not telling the truth. All you have to do is tell the truth.
The truth will set you free.
All you have to do is tell the truth. Minnie Mouse started out as Steamboat Willie, which, it's a stretch to go from that
Exactly.
to saying it's
It's a
blackface.
freaking mouse.
But
I
we
mean,
have a
unbelievable.
tremendous history
These
in this
people are
country
sick.
of, entertainment has been one of the venues for people from minority populations to get in front of the public, to exercise their talents, to become well known, to become wealthy in many cases.
And now
So-
it's turned into woke.
So our entertainment industry has a long and proud history of incorporating people from various minority groups. Recent immigrants. Look at the Gershwins. That's just one example. But we have a proud history.
Let me get
Tell
to
the, we need
before
to
we
tell
move
the
on,
truth. That's my bottom
Smithsonian.
line.
You mentioned Brendan Gill. Let's get to Gill. Cut 19 yesterday. Go ahead. Roll it.
Throughout our 250 years. And to that you say?
Well, what we would like is objective history that is not infused with leftism and with Marxism. But as we learned at that hearing, those very same museum curators at the Smithsonian Institution believe that objectivity is an element of white supremacy. I mean, this is the kind of rot, intellectual rot, that these people have been pushing on a great American institution in order to indoctrinate young children, to change the way that the American people view our country, and ultimately to infuse American society with a type of cultural Marxism that pits one American against the other, that groups us into groups of oppressors and the oppressed. It's fundamentally un-American, but it's also just genuinely woke and insane.
Oh, Congressman Style, the basics, we have a problem.
It is, and I would love to hear what this discussion is, where we have to adjudicate whether objectivity is rooted in white supremacy. But these same people will also tell you that being polite is white supremacy. Will tell you that being on time, that being an analytical thinker is all part of being a white supremacist. And what they're really trying to do, of course, is to label everybody, to create a constant revolution that they can continue pursuing, to continually undermine the American people with goals that can never be reached in order to fundamentally tear apart our country and the values that it was built on.
Congressman Style, I want to go back.
So politeness is now racist, and being on time is...
Well, white supremacy.
Let me ask you something,
Yes,
John.
yeah.
It looked to me, when I looked over this list, that some of these features are just little hits in the news. And while news is the beginning of history, this one topic here, or one element here, trans history, that's this new term. It hit the news. It's here today, gone tomorrow, especially with all the backlash that's coming with women's sports. But what they're trying to do with this whole list is make it historical. Now, we know, and you've been in the news business a long time, I've been in the news business a long time, there is news that does, in fact, become historical. But a lot of these points are just kind of hits out there. This term woke will finally be gone at some point. Politically correct isn't really used that much anymore. Social justice, I don't hear it so much anymore, do you?
Not much.
So I'm wondering how much of this is a compilation of news that has been happening over maybe the last 10 years, and they're trying to make it a big historical push. What do you think?
I mean, when you heard what Brendan Gill said, that being on time is white supremacy. It's just like
loony. You
have a meeting. I mean, I was taught early in my executive career, if you're on time, you're late, right? I mean,
that's a good one.
I mean, somebody calls a meeting at 8, you get there at like 7:45 as a young executive to be at that meeting at that conference table. If you walk in at 8, everybody says, like, what the hell's wrong with him? I mean, that's just how you run a business. That's how you run anything.
That's true.
I mean, my son plays baseball. Good luck if the coach calls a meeting at 7 a.m. and you arrive at 7:01. Like, you're not going to play that day, period. I mean, this is the way business, this is the way structure works.
Yes.
And to say that that's being on or being polite, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, have a nice day. I mean, you walk down now, I walk down the street and I smile at everybody. And it's amazing how many people don't smile back. Like they're shocked by it because we've been indoctrinated not to talk to anybody. So how is being polite? Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Like, how is that white supremacy?
Because
that's just decency.
Politeness and decency is what we need in order to maintain our multi-party democracy and in order to maintain freedom. Because without politeness, it's hard for people who have different views to live together. But if we have politeness, if we have basic decency in our society, then we can accommodate a lot of, hundreds of millions of Americans who might have different opinions, might have different things, but we can all just be Americans. Whereas if you get rid of politeness, then the only solution to that, which is what the communists want, is hammer and sickle, one party rule, no more freedom.
And chaos before
and chaos.
That is a great observation, Christina. That's very good. You can't, if you have politeness, the whole politeness thing opens it up for everybody to live together, and they don't want that.
They don't want civility.
They don't want
That's right.
civility.
Politeness promotes civil society.
Mm-hmm.
And
I never
civil
thought of that.
society allows us to get along with everybody despite sometimes conflicting views. There's nothing wrong with that. Good manners, your mothers and grandmothers were right, and grandfathers.
Politeness, plus
good
politeness
manners is a good thing.
Politeness is free.
And it's free. It doesn't cost anything.
That's
exactly right.
Nobody wants to
But if
just
you go
go
to-
to miserable.
But if you go to the Midwest, people are still friendly. So when I moved to DC, and in the military, you have to say hello to each other when you pass somebody.
I always say hello.
DC, they don't do that, but in the Midwest and Ohio, they still say hello. They open the door for you, and people still can talk to each other.
I have noticed
there.
a change on the Metro because the Metro is now shiny and pretty and clean. And I have noticed more politeness on the Metro, and that's a good thing.
Yes,
Ma'am, would you like the seat? An older person comes in, a person with a wheelchair. Would you like a seat? Men do kind of move aside for somebody that's elderly. That's a good thing.
Chivalry is not that.
Well, when you clean up the Metro, if you build it, they will come. And now they're coming with more smile.
Does
on
your
their face.
husband open the door for you?
Yes, he does.
I open the door for Ann.
That's so gracious.
I won't let her go through a door if I don't open it.
That's great.
Does she open your car door on the other side?
Yes, he does.
Very
So
nice
do
of
I.
you. Good.
Sometimes he walks a little ahead of me because he's got longer legs.
Does your husband open the door for you?
He does.
And the
My
car
husband
door?
was great.
He is great.
But that's all white
Because you
supremacy,
don't have
right?
a door. You
White
have
supremacy.
that truck thing. That's white supremacy. That's
Yes,
right.
you better
Don't
tell
you
him
correct
that's white supremacy and verboten.
I mean, we already drive a pickup truck that our neighbors consider highly problematic. We drive a Ford F-150, which
So we can't open the
neighbors
door for
say
you
is
because to get up there, you guys need like a ladder.
it works.
It's got those big wheels and stuff. How do you drive that thing around DC? I still got to see that.
She married a white supremacist. That's fine.
No, my husband is amazing.
All right, guys, I got to roll.
Cheers.
Thank you for being on DC Dispatch. Maybe Kojo will have me on his show soon. Was it Kojo or something?
Kojo.
Kojo. Ward 2 chairman, baby. By the way, I'm going to Dallas, not with the DC GOP. Virginia invited me. Thanks, Chairman Jeff Fryer. Ann and I are going. Thanks to Jeff Fryer, chairman of the Virginia Republican Party. Thank you, Jeff. Got iced out by Patrick Mara. So I gave the money to Virginia. Whatever, dude. I got to go. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.